Hello, hello. Can y'all see this? Yeah, we suck to STL. Where did this cut off? I couldn't tell. Sorry. Tyrannax says yes. I don't know much about the content ID system for live streams, Tyrannax. Do you know? You're saying it gets struck. I'm presuming that's not a like a community guideline strike. Is that just it gets taken off live feed or what? What happened? Let's see. I think for that you should just cancel the stream and delete it. It's super aggressive. I didn't know it could stop live streams like that. I've never seen, so I don't know what happened because I didn't get any notifications either on YouTube or in the Streamlabs or back if you were fresh. It's very heavily content ID'd. I'm not a YouTuber myself, says Tyrannax, so I don't know about the intricacies of strikes and how they get. You got struck for something? That's odd. I don't know. So I don't know what happened. Here's hoping there's no long-term consequences for that because I don't know what I did or what to do about it. Isn't there like a thing that Vouch watches, like a yellow red light during stream? He says he watches the content thing. I will need to DM Vouch because apparently I don't know what I'm doing. The way that I thought it was is that so long as you were making transformative content, I do think there was a period where I talked and then let it play for like 2 minutes or something because I wanted to let the meaning. I felt like I would have been interrupting the meaning of the Kurzgesagt video, but I'll have to see. I'll have to ask him. There is some warning system like that. What a world. I don't know that it matters at all to get clapped like that. If you don't get notified of a strike, it's no worries. Sometimes YouTube will end the stream if it thinks, oh, maybe it just thinks it's, yeah, so I mean, it's possible that I got struck. If you uploaded a video, it would be different. Oh, maybe that's it. Yeah, I haven't done these streams in quite a while. Literally 1984. So true. This is just like George Orwell's 1984. I am the most equal pig in George Orwell's 1984. It was a great one-time segment. I'll have to see if the other one can be downloaded. Because when I go to it and I try to download it, I can't. So it might just be lost forever. Why are you trimming down these streams to get videos? I guess I don't know when I can do the current one, but I was planning to try and do that this week for the previous one. I think there's like 3 or 4 I could clip out. So Orwellian, so true. And that sucks. I'm gonna real quick check my email. Oh yeah, I did get an email. So I'll read it out. Due to a copyright match, your stream was interrupted. Streams are interrupted when copyrighted content is detected. So it must have been the Kurzgesagt. You could still leave out the vid and have the Jesus-y stuff. Yeah, I mean, I could also just probably clip around the Kurzgesagt stuff so long as I can download it. After copyrighted material is no longer being streamed, streams are automatically re-enabled. Interrupt my ass, YouTube. I still have the stream open if this link still works. So from my side, I can still sorry, this is probably not super engaging for most viewers, but from my side, unlike YouTube Studio, I can see that live stream. You know, it's got the same title and everything. It's just that I can't like download it, and I'm not sure whether I can download it via Like, I can't download it via YouTube Studio. I might be able to do it via YouTube DL, so. Yeah, it's not an account strike. That would take you out for a week, I think. Okay, well, I'm going to try and finish this. So, Kurzgesagt, we got to the point of the video where they're going to start shilling for you to say, hey, you should use your 8,000 weeks effectively. Here's my effective altruist plan to do so. That's not important for the current purpose of the what I'm trying to talk about. What I'm trying to talk about is the nature of human being. Kurzgesagt calls this optimistic nihilism, that your life is finite, but that gives you more options, more choices. You can choose what path you want to create because your meaning is fully under your control. Yeah, your life is finite, but there's no higher power. There's no reflected glory that you have to strive for. You create everything that matters. So the name that I would give, like a slightly more formal view of this, and maybe Najawin will get super mad at me for this, is absurdism. That you are placed in a world, and I just wanted to go for the Wikipedia's brief summary of the 3 responses, because I think that it's quite succinct. One of the original philosophers behind absurdism is Albert... Oh no, is it Camus or Camus? I always forget this. It's Camus. I should get Ben Burgess to talk about this. He loves this stuff. Ben Burgess would school my ass, so I probably should, but he would just tell me everything I believe is wrong. Camus, says everyone in chat, and one person says Samus. Yeah, so we must imagine Sisyphus to be happy. So one of the examples of absurdism is the myth of Sisyphus. That imagine that your life were in fact eternal, that your life were not bounded, but not bounded by time, but it were bounded by what actions you could do, such as only pushing a rock up a hill over and over again. The idea is that you can create meaning. You can create meaning in whatever you do, so long as so goes the argument. You can create meaning by finding meaning in it yourself. The Albert Camus argued that there were 3 responses to, like, hey, there's no higher creator. There's no, like, meaning out there to find. It's not like you can look under a microscope and finally find the true meaning, the correct one. So what's left? And he said there's 3. 1, you end the game. 2 is that you do believe there's a higher power. Or 3, that you revolt against the absurd, is the argument, is how Wikipedia summarizes it. I've seen rebel elsewhere. The idea is that you can either, 1, decide there is no meaning, see you later. 2, you can say there is some meaning, and I'm just arbitrarily fixing it in the sky. It's the sun, it's God, it's everything. But if you know that's wrong, at least, there's no reason for it, then you're only doing that as sort of a literal Hail Mary. You're literally just doing it because there's no option. You have to do it or else you'll have no meaning. And the third, and this is the argument of, I think people have described this as positive nihilism elsewhere, is like a rebellion against the absurd, that you will find meaning. You're saying, like, fuck, the world is meaningless, but I'm not meaningless. I can decide what matters. I can try and do things that I find value in. And I think this is the heart of the Kurzgesagt video. That, yeah, Tyrannox says it's copium, but it's my copium. I think this is like one of the really crucial steps in a lot of people's journey away from religious thinking. Because a lot of religions affix this sort of static value in the sky that you can always appeal towards. There's always, this is a Vosh stream without the soy. I'm probably more soy than Vosh. I don't even know. There's so many things I could say to that, but the idea is that you create meaning very subjectively. And I think that there's a lot of, like, the arguments that I've often given is that I do think there are certain values which I want people to hold, which I think make sense for all thinking agents, or at least for all of them that are like us. And that's like reaching towards either you could call it objective morality or intersubjective morality. Najawin is getting mad at my terminology. They say it's more existentialism than absurdism. Absurdism is agnostic about meaning and then revolts at the impossibility of finding it. Sure, that's a fair point. Absurdism is sort of like the starting point. It's, hey, the world is absurd. That doesn't mean that meaning can't exist. It just means that sort of like objective, God-given meaning probably can't, if you rule out the religious option. And so what's left is to find meaning in your existence as you choose, as you please. And I do think the Kurzgesagt video, oh yeah, the Christopher Walken, let me see if I can find the Christopher Walken meme on nihilism. I guarantee I've seen this one. Yeah, there's two memes that really nail this. I know that some philosophers got mad at this meme, but for the purpose of like Philosophy 101, this shouldn't say nihilist, this shouldn't say absurdist, but just work with it. The nihilist says, stop pursuing meaning. The absurdist says, no. The nihilist says, but there is none. The absurdist says, I don't care. And the nihilist says, that doesn't make any sense. And the absurdist says, too bad. And I think that is sort of like, this is the fun of the revolt against the absurd, is like, you know that it's also absurd to pursue meaning to some degree, right? Like, your life will end, what you find meaning will end. And even if it went on forever, there's nothing grounding it. It's just sort of what you like. But I think the idea is like, you're here. It doesn't matter whether it's got meaning or not. If you choose to have meaning in this world, you might as well, is the way that I see it. Khan says, dude, would you send feet pics for me? I don't think that would resolve your internal existential dread. So if you can provide some evidence that it would, we can arrange that. Kit the Crab says, I have really bad OCD and death has always been terrifying for me, and accepting death and realizing I should just enjoy myself and do what I can and do what I want to do while I'm here has taken me my whole life. This process of discovery has taken me my whole life and will always be hard for me, but this kind of view has always helped me cope so much. Yeah, I think it's a hard problem. I think it's part of the reason that religion has such a sticking point to it. That it helps answer a lot of really, really deep doubts. It's like, what happens after death? Death is fucking scary to most humans. You're hardwired to be scared of death. There's a reason that zombies scare you. There's a reason that organs and blood scares you. Maybe not enough to like make you vomit, but you don't like being around it. It's because it terrifies you. It's hardwired into you to not want to die, not to want to end. But you don't have to be defined by that. You like quite literally, to extend this back to the Christian stuff we were talking about before, they over and over again want to say that we can't rise above. And to extend this to the idea of absurdism, what they're saying is you can't rise above your biology. Their answer to absurdism is you cannot find meaning in yourself. I think this is one of the reasons that a lot of conservative Christians, when they talk about atheists, they're like, atheists have no morality, atheists have no code, atheists have no reason for doing anything at all. And it's like, dog, you haven't talked to atheists. You don't understand our answer to absurdism. You don't understand our answer to the meaninglessness of life. Yeah, Kit the Crab says the infinite is terrifying. And we could be talking about like infinite in terms of death, like time, infinite in terms of consciousness, infinite in terms of just how much shit there is that you, to some degree, are meaningless. Tomorrow, right now, we could be struck by like a solar flare and fucking be obliterated. There's sort of a randomness to it. Okay, I have to laugh at this. Alessis White says, I am anti-Semitic and homophobic, but YouTube recommended me this for some reason. I can't tell if that's a dig at me, or if this is just someone who's a fucking asshole. Relate all of us to Weimar Republic somehow if you strive to be as soy as Vosh. You see, what happened in the Weimar Republic is that all of the socialists had an answer to absurdism, which is that they wanted to find it in themselves, but the Nazis, being true Nietzscheans, said that they could only find meaning by adhering to a true leader. They replaced God in heaven with God on earth. I don't know, Peterson probably said some shit like that. Oh, liking works. Oh yeah, because we did lose the fucking stream. If you are in YouTube chat, you can go to How do I open that up? Well, if you are on site chat, you can go to here to blast that like button. Needs more words to be a true Voshite. When we need to get, my community is not nearly large enough for this, but there is going to be some point, and I am sort of dreading this, where if SDL line go up, if my career takes off, there is going to be an okay buddy SDL, and it's going to be fucking terrifying. When will you get your own orbiters? I think that, Roxy was in here earlier. When she sees this, here, I gotta. Can I link a timestamp in a YouTube live stream? The logo will have cat ears. I think I still have those. I think those are in Mare's room. She used them recently, I think. I can get them back. Time to shave the mustache and go do all the old femboy shit. Yeah, Roxy and Lacanian. I don't actually remember. Do you mean Lactoid? Why don't you do Femboy Thursdays? Isn't today Wednesday? We could do Womanly Wednesdays? I don't remember Bored Lacanian. I'm sorry, that might be like a real slight to them, but I do not remember them at all. Feminine Thursdays. Large Gametes Wednesdays. Turfs, man. So I like this. I think this shit is a really interesting. And I'm bringing this up because recently there has been a lot of dispute over religion in the online left in the past month or so. It's really come back for some reason. It hasn't been here for like a year, and I think that a lot of the reason that people still stick with religion, even in very educated societies, where it's not so much about the mystery of the universe, is I think it's about those communities of meaning. It's really hard to just, pick up and leave from your church. Americans are slowly doing it, even Christians. But a second part is it's really hard to just abandon the sort of like anchor of meaning. I personally, my personal journey, I think I've basically always been an atheist of some kind. My mom once told me an annoying story. Sorry, a story of me being annoying, where when I was like in kindergarten or something, on a ride home from Sunday school, I was asking her where God lived and how we knew about it. So I've always been an annoying fucking edgy atheist. I've always been there. But I went to a Catholic school. I've been around a lot of people who've transitioned from religion to not. I know lots of ex-Muslims, ex-Christians, ex-Mormons, and that loss of meaning is a really hard thing to get over. It's sort of the same thing that happens to people when they lose a family to some degree, because some of the meaning that you get, one of the answers to absurdism, it's never enough just to have God being a reflection of God as a true sense of meaning. You also need that community. You also get meaning from what you do. Everyone gets meaning from their actions, from their behavior. Some people get it from their jobs, and a lot of people get it from their families. Did that like echo? Am I going insane? Najawin is yet again saying that everyone is cringe in philosophy unless they have read Phil Rell. Read Phil Rell before having an opinion. I think that it's going to be a high bar to get most people to read like formalized. I don't know. Even just getting people to. Most people will not. It means philosophy of religion. Sorry. I went to church and Christian schools, but like you, I have always been an atheist. And Hadism says I was Mormon and pretty into it as a kid. And I'd love to hear it. So I'm sure there's a lot of you who are ex and a lot of you who are always atheist. Yeah, so Hadism mentioned something. I was pretty into it as a kid. I think one of the things that we're seeing happen, and it bears out in some of the polls, but not all of them, is that the people who are staying in organized religion are the people who are super into the organized religion part of it, but not necessarily the ones who are super educated on their religion. There's a decent chunk of evidence that atheists, for example, are more informed on Christian lore than are like Christians on average. One of the things that we see over and over again is that people who are really into religion as religion, they aren't just into the church. They're into like a God. They're into the faith. They're into the Bible. They really, 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 really read about it. They put a lot of stock into it. I remember reading through the Bible back when I was younger, probably in middle school or something, trying to see if like I could get, like if there was like a theological value of it, a transcendental experience I would have when I was reading it. And I was reading through Genesis and I didn't fucking get that because it's boring as shit once you get past creation. So yeah, the lore, the movie, Baptist singing, quite literally, from Hoddism, quite literally, I think that religions nowadays are, one, dominated by people who are really into the community part of it. Those are the ones who are keeping the communities alive. And two, there's a lot of people who have left religion, like they call themselves not organized, yet they remain spiritual. And I think that the reason for that is because if you maintain that spirituality, you don't have to abandon that internal meaning. You can still get meaning from God or whatever. You don't have to go to church. And I think a lot of people left church for like essentially political reasons. They don't like the direction of the church. They don't like the way the church is going. Or I actually don't know. I don't know enough about the broader decline of American churches, but I know that a lot of it's been driven by political disagreement. So I think that it's one of the things that you're seeing is that people are sticking to the meanings that they get. They are refusing to leave that. And I understand that, right? And so the reason I was bringing this up in part was there's a lot of talk about this in leftist spaces too. And I think that it's important that leftists be able to offer at least some outline of a vision of, and I think plenty of leftists do, that there is an outline of a vision of a worldview that does not need God to have meaning. And, I don't think that's particularly hard. A lot of leftists are like atheists. A lot of them are materialists. But I want to make it clear that like, this is not, you can find fucking meaning. You can have internal meaning without like an eternal God. You can answer a better answer than your Sundays will be free. Tyrannax says, it was incumbent bias for me. I would likely have left the religion earlier without the religious infused school and my family. Yep. I mean, it's the same thing. We see this over and over again, and not just for religion. One of the big things that keeps people in white nationalist circles, and it might sound odd to relate this to religion, but white nationalist circles are usually very local, very tight-knit, and do a lot of community events, like potlucks, speeches, all the things that you would get at a church, but they do it for a political purpose. And it's one of the reasons that it's really hard for people who are like not just white nationalists online, but like KKK level white nationalists who are doing real work in the real world. They are motivated in part to stick to it because it's your friends. It's like your extended family. And so I do think, I've talked about this. One of the purposes of the left in the modern era is to try and replicate that on the left. That works for certain areas on the right. We can do the same thing. We can do it better because we aren't just interested in doing it to get people to hate others, to get them to hate black people. We're doing it to try and get people to build a better world. And it works very neatly with the prefigurative politics we're trying to do, right? We want to organize workers against bosses. Okay, well, we're giving them workspaces. We're giving them the food to do so. So whatever. Yeah, mutual aid. I think it works very well altogether. Okay. That went on longer than I expected, and I also got copy struck, and I'm gonna have to figure a way to edit around that. I have to go back to the Babel of Sin one. I'm not gonna put this in the final thing, but I'm so mad about them describing the Babel Tower as about man not being able to make his own meaning.
From God. We sense this void and try to fill it. In Babel, they built a tower to become like God. Like them, we are determined to create our own source of dignity and purpose. But man's efforts fall short and end in disaster.
I'm so fucking mad about that. How do you... The story is about pride. It's that we were too prideful. We thought we could become like a god, and God was jealous and struck us down. Oh yeah, Tyrannax talks about this. The Tower of Babel is a tragedy, and that was an early seed of, I'm assuming, your leave from religion. Things were cool there. Why wreck it? Yeah, I think that. I think one of the things there have been some surveys which claim that up to 25% of priests are atheists. There's a lot of evidence that more educated people in the United States are less religious, and I think that it comes down to when you really get deep into the lore. It becomes clear that it doesn't fit together. It's internally inconsistent. But two, the problem of evil, of like the idea that there's this God who does everything perfect, but is given you this fucked up world and keeps doing these fucked up things in it. That's a really early fucking seed. I believe the study claimed 25%. I don't know whether that's reliable. I want to say like atheist groups promoted it, so I have to assume it's way lower. A lot of priests do go to college for theology and take philosophy. It might have been, rather than, I have to wonder whether it's priests or theologians or what. It depends on the denomination. I bet that's probably true. I mean, if you really want to see people who don't share the faith whatsoever, whatever they say, would be like mega pastors. Like it doesn't really, whatever. We're getting too far afield, but mega pastors, in mega churches, they preach about Jesus saving the world and doing good deeds often, and then they drive fucking private jets around the world. I think that if you want really succinct proof that religion as a tool empowers leaders, it's probably the mega churches, right? Like, they're the clearest example of religion directly benefiting one specific leader, and the more you read about the Christian nationalist right, the more it becomes clear that it's not just that one leader, there's a whole network of them. They all put together propaganda to try and move people in those megachurches rightward. Kenneth Copeland believes in himself first of all. Yeah. Jamie Edwards says, wait, you're back? Yeah, trying. I got copy struck, and so the stream went down. We lost, I guess, like half the viewers, but I am back. Okay. As usual, my segments went on way too long, and I went on a million side rambles, and it will be a pain to edit. I do really enjoy talking to chat, so it's great that y'all are here. Here, I wanted to see. So the second thing that I wanted to talk about today was, and it's a few days old because I didn't stream earlier than I expected, but I wanted to talk about conservatives going fucking insane. In particular, there's a conservative tweeter named Stu Peters who tweeted, "This is a crime and the penalty should be death," over this video, which I'll play you in a minute, of kids going through a pride exhibit at a middle school. This is a crime. The penalty should be death. There have been a whole lot of reactionaries just openly calling for the death of gay people, openly calling all queer people groomers, like not even in the coded ways they used to, like a month ago, a year ago, just openly calling for it. He deleted his tweet, but the way I frame this, and I'm right, is whenever you hear that the left is too extreme, remember that mainstream Republicans, because this guy is like 400,000 followers, he gets like routinely boosted by mainstream Republicans, want to game end teachers for holding school pride events. I did see there were a bunch of people clowning on him. So, for example, someone posted, "I hate the word homophobia. It's not a phobia. You're not scared. You're an asshole." I love the boomer lib energy, okay, of like posting this 2010 ass tweet. I posted one of my favorite memes, which is like, literally, I'll play you the clip in just a second, but it's just like flags, and then occasionally it says like, "You can be you," and shit like that on the wall. It's like the weakest indoctrination ever. But this is like post-apocalyptic warlord Cross. This is like a theocrat. He's a Christian nationalist. He wants America to be run by Christian law. He is like the indoctrinator of children. It is so I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get how you can be like that and then see stuff like this and think it's indoctrination. So I save the video. This is what Stu Peters said that people deserved. This is what Stu Peters said people deserve the death penalty for. We are literally at the point of someone's in pride flag and a unicorn. We've seen another pride flag. Way at the start, when they were walking in, we see BU. And that's it. Little do they know, but that by walking through that rainbow, 100% of those children have just been gayed. Okay, 1,000% of those children are now homosexual. I love that you can even see how normal these kids are, because when they're walking through the rainbow, this kid, he tries to jump up and tap it. This is the most normal shit I have ever seen. This is a crime. The penalty should be death. And so you're thinking, okay, SDL, this is just some Christian insane person, okay? This tweet, it doesn't show it here, but I think it got to like 3,000, 4,000 likes. And as I'll be showing you, it's not just him. Polar Eye says, "What's up, Twitter user sucked on left from?" Oh yeah, hey, how you doing? They're just kids in a school hallway. Oh bro, I want the Fed post. Yeah, how can you watch that and be like, wow, I need to kill someone? What is wrong with you? The only crime there is the song they were playing. Oh, my stream's gonna get copy struck again. Kids being kids while having fun. Death, death, death. So I mean, I have to laugh at this stuff. Like, this is terrifying. This is the fact that this is like the tweet got deleted. It violated the Twitter rules, but this guy didn't get banned, right? On Musk's Twitter, saying that you want to kill teachers is fine. 360,000 followers. And some of his tweets do shit. Like 71, 379,000. And when I looked last week, he was getting like 3, 4, 8,000 likes on his tweets. If this guy had done the same thing, like said the exact same words, deserves death for, like, I don't know, Elon Musk or something, would have been gone. Would have been completely gone. It is insane, the degree of scroll down, coward. I mean, it's safe for work, but I don't want it on the screen. It is so fucking frustrating that one of the largest platforms on earth can just be purchased by a billionaire who decides to let on, like, it. I don't like to call things hate speech lightly, but this is just hate speech. This is literally stochastic terrorism type hate speech. Okay, is it isolated? Well, for an idea of how regular it is, it also got zero coverage anywhere else. We are so used to conservatives calling for the deaths of queer people that not a single news outlet reported on this. Not one. And for an idea of how common it is, you can also see the fact that Ted Cruz has been forced to start to reply to people who are making this exact same argument. Ted Cruz, for like 5 days, was replying to people who were calling for the killing of gay people. This tweet by Tom Askell says, "Tell it to God. If a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood is upon them. You have people citing the Old Testament and justifying the killing of gay people, like, very openly, to the degree that a sitting Republican conservative senator, Ted Cruz, is not like a neoliberal senator. He's not like a centrist Republican. He's not a Joe Manchin, but a little bit beefier on hating workers. This guy is like almost a theocrat. He is like, he would be just as fucking bad, guaranteed, as Ron DeSantis. And he feels the need, he's worried about people calling for the killing of queer people. That shit's worrying. That shit should fucking someone says slay Cruz, by which they don't mean hurt Ted Cruz, they mean he's fucking slaying. Yeah, because he says your biblical analysis is in error. Jesus told us to render to Caesar the things that are Caesar, and to God the things that are God. We're talking the laws of man, not the Old Testament laws of God. So what he's referring to there, and what a lot of Christians believe, is that Jesus mostly superseded the Old Testament laws and proclaimed new laws in the Gospels. Now, I do not want to get into that litigation. That is literally like a 2,000-year-old litigation between types of Christian and which type of law they want to enforce. And the conservatives will say the Old Testament, and the liberals Christians will say the New Testament. I don't care. The point is that he's doing theology debates with people calling for the killing of queer people. That's fucking insane. This guy was one of the top 3 runners for presidential candidate for the Republican Party. This man is easily one of the 100 most powerful conservatives on earth, and he thinks it's necessary to call out. Yeah, Tirnak says, when you find out that Twitter had to stop the rules on hate speech applying to Republicans, it's predictable. Musk has hastened it along. You know, that's also true on YouTube. YouTube also got rid of the hate speech rules for conservative accounts, because otherwise, routinely, conservatives would break them. This shit fucking gets me, because leftist accounts can be edgy. Leftist accounts can be fucking annoying, right? I am no stranger to getting really fucking mad at dumb fuck lefties on Twitter being the larpiest, edgiest motherfucker that you have ever seen. They don't need a special exemption from hate speech laws. We are not so routinely calling for insane, violent, stochastic terrorism level stuff that we need an exemption from the rules. And that should terrify you, right? That is a real sign that the right is moving towards theocracy, moving towards the radical right. And so, the reason I bring this up, the reason I bring this up is because, it matters. During the same, this is May, this is June, this is 1 week later, and there's a brawl. There's a brawl outside a fucking school district in Glendale, California, where anti-queer protesters are fucking beating up people. I'm not going to play the video, but in this video, a anti-queer protester runs up and socks the back of a smaller, I don't know if it's a man or woman, but some smaller person in the back of their head. And this shit happens all the time now. We are seeing more street violence than we have seen in decades. I think it's a sign that our politics are more polarized. And to some degree, that's because maybe the left has moved left to some degree, but it's partially also because the right and their rhetoric is fucking insane. The way that they escalate everything now has to be a threat to civilization. Everything now has to deserve the death penalty. Everything now has to be grooming. Everything is 100% all the time. It's always a threat. It's threatening you, it's threatening everything you care about, and it's threatening your children. Yeah, Kit the Crab says, I'm scared even living in a blue state. This is not normal. It's not okay, and it should never be the norm. And, there's always going to be some level of street political violence, right? To some degree, when people feel their beliefs aren't being represented in government, they will, some percent, always pursue violence, right? That's inevitable. It's timeless. But the thing that's crazy is that this isn't just people doing random violence without conservative thought leaders encouraging it. Sorry, voice fucking crack. This isn't people doing random violence without conservative thought leaders encouraging it. This is the type of stochastic violence that they've been calling for, inching towards over and over and over again, right? Tim Pool back during, let's see if, are these the tweets that he said? No. Oh, God. So the reason I was bringing up Tim Pool is he's posted before after the Club Q shooting, at which an anti-queer, voice crack. After the Club Q shooting, in which an anti-queer shooter killed dozens of queer people, he talked about how they had a grooming event. He said that it's natural for people to respond to that way. Like, they are openly justifying stochastic violence. And this isn't just like random parents doing this either. There's an organized response to this. As S-Queer, or Alejandra Carabello, is it Caraballo or Ballo? Fuck. Says the Washington Post is reporting that Proud Boy members were among the anti-queer side in Glendale. This was not just organic opposition, but intended by far-right groups to stoke violence. One of the things that we see over and over again, and a term that might be useful here, is propaganda of the deed. And this is something that both leftists and rightists have cited in the past. Propaganda of the deed is political direct action meant to be...
There's two.
I don't know that's always true. What LL equals Y? That's my understanding too, but I don't know. I do not know. Okay, so the point is, propaganda of the deed is direct action that's meant to serve as the catalyst for revolution. If you have ever heard rightists talk about how you need like a day of the X, whatever it might be, they're talking about propaganda of the deed. They think, and far-right terrorists have long believed, that if they just do something violent enough, if they just do something crazy enough, it will inspire the people to do a race war, right? That's like classic neo-Nazi propaganda. And far-right groups are doing that now, like openly, far-right groups that are not banned, not being prosecuted by the state, openly trying to get people to do violence because they want to see more violence against queer people. MSDXR says, this shit spreads out too. Here in Australia, we had Nazis out when that TERF figurehead, Posey Parker, was here. Heard a lot of people say that it was overblown, but I asked them, how often have you seen an organized group doing the Roman Nazi salute down the street in recent decades? The issue is that so many of them feel brazen enough to do these things. Yeah, I do think that's part of it too, right? Is that like, it's not just that they're doing this, right? Far-right groups have always been doing this. It's that they're doing it in open, and their leaders are getting like cable interviews. Their leaders know major pundits personally. Andy No, who has like, I don't know, I think like 1 million followers or something. He knows some of the Proud Boys leaders personally. Like, this is we're not playing 3 degrees of separation. We're playing 1 degree of separation. And that's really fucking worrying. It's one of the reasons that I say that, to extend this a bit, it's one of the reasons that I argue that, yeah, this actually is one of the most important elections of our lifetime. It is one of the most important times to support, let's like unionize workers and build left power, because we have less and less reason to believe that like the systems that keep everything in check will keep going if this group of people gain power. Trump had a really hard time tearing down American democracy with his time in office, but if they keep getting in office and they keep slowly chipping away and disenfranchising the people that vote against them, these groups won't just be street violence, they'll be getting into positions of power. You know, Steve Miller, who's basically a Nazi, was on Trump's fucking staff. He was setting policy. He was helping write immigration policy. He's one of the reasons that Title 42 exists. And the more people like that get into power, the more it's going to be like that street violence institutionally in law all the time. And that's terrifying, right? It's also true. It's also about the incumbent effects they can leave. I think that it's really hard to underestimate that if Trump hadn't existed and Clinton had taken over from Obama's immigration policy, it would have sucked. But it wouldn't have started from child separation. It wouldn't have started from a total lockdown of the border. It would have started from the shitty Obama policy. There's a really big, part of the reason that Biden's policy is so conservative is because they started at insanely conservative immigration policy. It's hard, things are hard to change, and that would affect no matter who was in office. I'm still, like I said earlier in the stream, I'm really fucking pissed at the Biden administration about their immigration policy, which I think is one of the biggest human rights violations in the United States right now. And yet, it's partly that way because a fucking Nazi helped craft it like 4 years ago. So, I really do think, like, shit really fucking matters right now. Excuse me. Another example of the violence, and this one I will show. There was a clergy member, right? A progressive clergy member. This guy. And some random fucking Nazi walks up and pepper sprays him. At the protests, all of the people with this shirt were associated with the right-wing agitation group, right? Over and over again, they are trying to do this. They're trying to spur on this violence. Tiernax says Miller's speech that he wrote for Trump at his Rushmore address in August was so fascist. No, I recall this. And some of Trump's rhetoric has been getting increasingly fascist. Like, he had some, let's say, authoritarian impulses before. He talked about how people who burn the flag should lose their citizenship. Yeah, August 2020. No, I recall that. It was one of the turning points into realizing that, hey, if these people stay in power, like, every day, every year they come in, they're going to normalize this more. And Trump has a huge fucking platform. Part of the reason why things are more extreme nowadays is because he let the racism back into the open, right? He normalized it. The reason it's even okay to talk about shutting down the border and totally stopping people from having asylum is because Trump normalized it. Like, he ran on Build the Wall. He wanted to shut that shit down completely. And he won. And he did it. And now it's mainstream. Then, I just wanted to contrast. So, we've talked about how the Proud Boys, associated with Andy No, were part of the people instigating violence. Like, directly punching people. Directly punching people. What does Tim Pool say? Our reasonable centrist Tim Pool. If you're just a dad, and you're apolitical, and you get angry that pedophiles, sorry, I meant to say PDF files, are trying to groom your kids, then you're a far-right extremist. They're saying it so fucking openly. This isn't a dog whistle, it's just a whistle. And I don't know. I don't know what to say about this other than, like, it matters more than fucking ever that we gain power, that we don't let these people take power. I think that it's easy to forget that this type of organized fascist violence didn't have institutional backing. It didn't have major pundits supporting it 10, 20 years ago. We live in an era where when these people get power, if they get power, they work together, they cooperate, and that's terrifying. That's fucking terrifying. Oh, Kit the Crab is citing legal code to say that by US flag code, if the flag is worn out, it should be destroyed in a dignified way, preferably by burning. Sure, what they would argue that it's undignified to burn it, such as a symbol of protest, but they're wrong, and the Supreme Court says free speech, so fuck them. Yeah, like, imagine if this was the level of open that leftists talked about, like, I don't know, churches or something. Like, oh, if you're just a dad and you're apolitical and you get angry that PDF files are trying to groom your kids, then you're a far left extremist. You don't see that ever. You don't see that fucking ever. And there's a reason that there's virtually zero violence from the far left, even from, like, stochastic far left violence, compared to the right. Something like 99% of violent attacks that are intentionally organized as ideological attacks, like pre-planned attacks, are done by the far right. Yeah, 10 years ago was Obama's second term. It makes you feel so old to some degree, but like I lived through it. I remember what it was like. You know, people talked about how being gay was a sin. They weren't talking about shooting. At least 99% weren't. But Tim Pool is talking about how these people are like scum of the earth. All right, to bring things up a tiny bit, I did want to mention that Stu Peters is also just a general moron. One tweet of his that went viral is that the war in Ukraine is fake because there is a picture of an apartment building with a big hole in it. And then, 1 year later, it does not have those holes in it. Look, one of the things that I think is also needs to be understood is that in addition to being terrifying theocratic fascists, these people are some of the dumbest fuckers that you have ever seen. One of the sole saving graces, one of the sole reasons that our democracy gets to live is that these people are so fucking incompetent that when Trump got into office and like a quarter of his cabinet was fascists, they couldn't do shit because they're fucking morons. And that's part of the reason that people like DeSantis should terrify you, because they are competent. Like, they are boring, technically competent, politically effectual theocrats. Oh, hello, Miss Rian. What's up? What's up, Miss Rian? Let me go talk to Mare real quick, and I might take the girls outside. And if I do, then I'll have to put something on. 1 second, I'll be right back. Oh, and Jamie, if you want to reach out to me, the easiest way, it would be sockdoneleft@gmail.com. They are good at making propaganda dog shit at spotting it. Yeah, I mean, I think that one of the things that you realize is that, like, one of the reasons that I tell people to follow conservatives is that, like, follow conservative meme accounts or something, because you will realize how shit this content is immediately. And it'll just blow your fucking mind that so many people are swayed by it. Can you post a funny clip? Sure, Zumi. Do you want to jump up? You want to run a bit? Good girl. Oh no. How have I been clipped now?
Never heard of him. Socialism done left? Never heard of him. Probably a weirdo. John Wakefield? Never heard of him. Socialism done left? Never.
True! Nobody and a weirdo. Plus owned. I did want to post while we were on the dumb Stu Peters topics. We have, you mean to tell me that gay people are gay because they were born that way, but trans people aren't the gender that they were born, even though they were born that way? This is like, I think one of my favorite things about, you will see this over and over again. 99% of conservative memes are literally just text over an image. Like, the boomer vibe is always just an assertion over an unrelated image. Maybe it's an image that expresses an emotion, but the image adds nothing to it. If you blacked out the behind of that image and just put the text on, that's it. They're not even sharing memes, really. They're literally just sharing propaganda lines, and they fucking love it. They love it. There's 4,000 likes on this. That's it. How? What, you know, when people talk about how easy it is to grift on the right, this is why. Yeah, it's like memes from 2008. It's memes where the image has no fundamental relationship with the content. Damn, going to the other room lost like 10 viewers. Conservative pundit video humor is to say something and then have a clip of a different person in a random show saying it. Yeah, I mean, it unironically shares a lot in common with like XD random TikTok level humor. What do I think of Portland, Maine DSA defeating the anti-vacancy control ballot measure? Yeah, I do want to talk about that eventually. So there was a sign recently. Well, whatever. It's moving aside. I get it. The meme template has the dude being skeptical, but it's so old. Yeah, no, so this is like easily, like, I bet you easily 1 in 10 conservative memes are a picture of like a cowboy, like over some text of like, you liberals are dumb, I'll never give up my guns. That level of content. And I had one final tweet, which I tagged in my outline as one for the tops in chat. 2,000 likes for imagine being proud of sticking your dick in another man's butthole. We are literally at middle school level argumentation. This man has 5 times my platform. This man is easily one of the 100,000 most influential humans alive. And you've heard this at middle school. It's not even what pride is about. I mean, obviously, but I just think it's also funny because, like, imagine someone being like, Mother's Day, so you're proud of being cummed in? Like, it's so funny. I can't, how... Okay. Ooh, I wanted to do a brief thing on Robert Kennedy. So we've done that conservatives are insane. Speaking of insane conservatives, Robert Kennedy Jr. Because I see a lot of lefties treating him as like another anti-establishment, like the DNC is rigging the primary to prevent RFK from running against Biden because they hate real leftists. And I have to assume this is just them assuming that anyone anti-establishment is like on the left. But RFK is like an eco-fascist. He's like a progressive eco-fascist. And I wanted to talk about that with respect to immigration policy. Heading out. Bye. Thank you. Would you have time to take them out one last time? Okay. Have a great time! Jesus Christ, my hair. Ooh, obligatory. So I'm not doing a very good job at signposting my segments. I got to get better at that. One of the things that Demon Mom is really good about is shilling for likes, okay? All of y'all should go like the fucking stream so that people in my subscribers and in the recommended for you tab will get recommended this stream, and they'll come and they'll say, wow, this is incomprehensibly boring analysis of what someone said on Twitter. Why am I watching this? And they'll leave immediately. Speaking of something that some incomprehensible nerd said on Twitter, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So, in addition to all of his beliefs that you might know of, he is infamous for being an anti-vaxxer. He's also pro-cryptocurrency. Kennedy says, cryptocurrencies, led by Bitcoin, are a major innovation engine. It is a mistake for the US government to hobble the industry and drive innovation elsewhere. Biden's proposed 30% tax on cryptocurrency mining is a bad idea. Yes, energy use is a concern, but Bitcoin mining uses about the same as video games, and no one's calling a ban on those. The environmental argument is a selective pretext to suppress anything that threatens elite power structures. Bitcoin, for example. So, for those who don't know, most people who own Bitcoin are wealthy. Like, the average owner of Bitcoin, I believe, has an income above $100,000 per year. It is not like an anti-elite mechanism. This is digital speculation that people love to trade because it's really volatile and it gets a lot of suckers. It's that simple. It's easy to beat the market when someone who's never fucking traded before is your only opponent. And Najawin says, imagine if video games ran at their worst possible use case 24/7. No, so the thing he's saying is the energy use of video games is about the same as Bitcoin. I bet that's probably true, but you want to know what all those video games are generating? Like real, concrete experiences that people actually enjoy. Bitcoin, globally, uses about the same energy as, I believe, Italy. Like a country. And it produces what? What concrete thing only exists because of Bitcoin? What concrete, useful thing only exists because of something that we are spending the energy of a country on? And people will say stuff like, well, maybe there's this one specific app, maybe there's one specific security thing. Easily 99.999% of use of Bitcoin is just trading as digital gold. That's it. It's just rich people preying on morons who buy into Bitcoin because it's got so much of a fucking crypto scam ecosystem. Give me 10 seconds to pull it up because what was it? Musk finally suspended the accounts, but there were 2 tweets from an Ethereum like scam operation, which had 69,000 retweets, 0 replies, and 0 quote tweets on the first one. The amount of bots on Twitter that are promoting this scam ass shit is insane. Insane. 69,000 tweets is what like the most viral tweet of the day gets. And not a single human interacted with the tweet. Not one. I mean, I should say interacted in terms of replied or quote tweeted it. I should ask about Bitcoin and a t-shirt in the Twitter replies. Yeah, because the thing is that Bitcoin is such an obvious scam that the only people promoting it nowadays are bots. The people who pay for bots to get scammers to get in so that they can beat you in the market. It's literally that simple. The main way they make money is by you being such a fucking moron that they can do better. That's it. This other tweet had 114,000 retweets, and before people started clowning on it, it had 0 human interaction. Like, not only is it a scam, but it's a scam that 99% of people have moved on from. But not RFK, because he thinks Bitcoin is something that threatens elite power structures. For an idea of the elite power structures that it threatens, it's like what? Gold gambling? So, good God. Turning into like Jimmy Neutron over here. Jesus Christ. Okay, so that's one view of RFK Jr., who I've described as a progressive eco-fascist. Surely that's crossing a line. Well, the only thing that RFK Jr. has ever said about Tucker Carlson, who used to be the most prominent white nationalist on Earth, like, period, in terms of viewership, and in terms of what he promoted, the idea of like a replacement conspiracy by a shadowy cabal that wants to replace real Americans with immigrants for political gain, like straight out of the white nationalist talking book, like textbook, what he would say like at least once a month. And the general, like all of his theories leading you to conspiracy theories that believe in a shadowy cabal of people that control the world, like biggest white nationalist on earth. The only thing that RFK Jr. has ever said about Tucker Carlson is praise. Fox fired Tucker Carlson 5 days after Tucker Carlson crossed the red line by acknowledging that TV networks pushed a deadly and ineffective vaccine. He's defending Tucker Carlson because he thinks Tucker Carlson was fired for being an anti-vax nutter. Because RFK Jr. is also an anti-vax nutter who's such an anti-vax nutter that he is willing to overlook anything, any fucking thing. Jimmy Dore did the exact same thing. If you need an idea of where like the grift goes, the people that are easiest to grift are conspiratorial, reactionary, just morons, because they'll buy anything. They'll do whatever you say. Okay. I wanted to talk about his views on immigration, and at first I only had this tweet, but then he literally went to the border and he expanded on his views. At 2 a.m. this morning, I visited the border outside of Yuma, Arizona, where thousands of migrants are crossing the border each week. You have to see it with your own eyes. So this got 8 million views, 90,000 likes. So what is Robert Kennedy Jr. using his platform to do to talk about immigration?
Hey everybody, I'm at the border wall around Yuma, Arizona. It's about 2 o'clock in the morning. We've watched about 150 people come across. You can see the end of the wall down there. And we've watched about cross in the last hour. The first group were about 50 or 60 people from Africa, from West Africa. This group that is filing behind me right now, we interviewed many of them. They're from Peru, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, India, China, Tibet, Nepal, and all together.
Okay, you might be thinking, wow, he's really explained the diversity of people who feel like they have to flee in the United States. This is where we get the progressive turn, right? The idea that we need to give these people help.
People have come across right here from 117 nations in the last couple of years. In 3 years, in total, 7 million people have come across the border illegally into our country. And from here, they're put on these buses and they're brought to the Border Patrol station where they're processed. After 4 or 5 days, they're released on their own reconnaissance into our country, and most of them are never seen or heard from again.
Okay, so there are apparently 7 million, that number I believe, over like 5 years. Yeah, that's about right. And then they're released, and they're never heard from again. What was the number he said again?
Released on their own reconnaissance into our country, and most of them are never seen or heard from again. And
So this is just conservative nonsense, right? This is conservative anti-immigration fear-mongering. Before I move on to some of his other statements, just making very clear what he thinks about the border, I want to note that what he says is wrong, like just factually wrong. When we let people over the border, the vast majority of them show up for their court dates. And this is something that I highlighted at the last stream. When we let people over the border and we don't incarcerate them, they still show up. So the ACLU says ICE should end the detention of individuals who are waiting for their immigration court proceedings to begin. Why? Well, when we in 2017, because of an initiative of Obama, started the Family Case Management Program, which basically, instead of, hey, locking up a human and caging them for 6 months while we wait for a court to slowly work through their case, we just let people live fairly normal lives with a phone that tracks them, or like some kind of bracelet that tracks them. And they have to report to that phone at certain periods of the day, and they have to stay within certain areas. And this program, according to DHS itself, according to Homeland Security, this program was 99% effective, which means that almost every single person in this program showed up for every single immigration appointment and court hearing. We're not just letting 7 million people across the border and then losing track of them. These people want to be American citizens. They want to live here. Some of them love this country. Probably most of them. If you're desperate enough to come here, you probably love this country. I know way more immigrants who are so insanely more patriotic than like the average lefty about this country. Probably a bad thing, if anything, but they are not like subversives sneaking across the border in the millions to undermine our country. But that's the type of rhetoric that you're gonna see from RFK Jr. Tiernak says his voice is too weird and bad. He should drop out now. That feels harsh. He might have been like a smoker or something. He does like sound really hoarse, but I think that people might take that as him being like wizened, like sort of elder. So I'm hoping that he does extremely poorly. For what it's worth, in terms of polling in the Democratic primary, people have shown polls. I think BJG showed a poll where RFK is polling at like 25%. And you're like, oh my God, 25% of the Democratic Party supporting this anti-immigration, eco-fash, anti-vaxxer. No. They support him as an anti-Biden vote. When you include a full list of all the people who've considered running, and not just the three who've announced, the three who've announced are Biden, Williamson, and Kennedy. When you include the full list, Biden gets 60%, Kennedy gets 2%. This is a nobody who's gotten a massive platform on Twitter. That's it. What is he using that platform to promote? Anti-immigrant nonsense. In the replies to that video that I just showed, he says there's 200,000 residents in Yuma, and there were 310,000 migrants last year. Migrant moms occupied all of the beds, 32 of 36 beds, in Yuma Maternity Hospital ward, so local moms had to delay induced pregnancies for 2 weeks. Okay, so you're thinking, wow, that sounds really bad, but maybe he's still a progressive. Maybe he says we should be providing even more aid to these areas. RFK is pro-immigration and pro-closing the border. America should be a haven of freedom and prosperity, open to law-abiding migrants who will contribute to our society. However, immigration must proceed in an orderly, lawful manner. Right now we have chaos at the border. This is anti-vax Joe Manchin. And it fucking sucks that lefties are promoting it. And for an example of this, it's Brianna Joy Gray. RFK Jr. and Joe Biden are in a statistical tie in this one poll that only asked for these top three by Rasmussen, which is a deeply conservative pollster. Why are lefties... There's something about the like anti-establishment brain, which means that you don't look into people before you support them. And I fucking hate it. Like, why on earth is a strongly progressive person, BJG, and, you know, I'm not going to say that she's grifting. Some people will say that she's grifting or wrong or she's red fascist or whatever. I don't think that's true. I think she's a sincere socialist, sincere leftist. I think that anti-establishment brain makes people make really bad decisions just to be like so anti-Biden, they're willing to support anyone who claims to be anti-establishment. Tyrannax says some lefties are fucking desperate. I watched touring news a bit, and it was depressing to see him shy away from the reality of West's run to the degree that he has. So, I mean, that's the next thing I want to talk about was Cornel West. Let me see, before I move off on RFK. So, one of the things that you might see this election is RFK might run in the Dems and then run third party, because there have been a bunch of centrist groups, and RFK polls best among centrists, right? Among the 2% who actually know who he is, he appeals to anti-vax Democrats. Who are those? The centrists. He appeals to anti-immigration Democrats. Who are those? The centrists. So he's not the only one that's being courted for this. More Perfect Union, which is a wonderful Twitter account that all of y'all should follow, says No Labels, which is a centrist political group, thinks that Joe Biden is too radical, but Ron DeSantis is just fine. And they're posting a political headline which reads, No Labels will back off of a third-party bid if DeSantis emerges as the GOP nominee. So they're mad about, if it's Trump versus Biden, they'll run centrist. But if it's Trump versus DeSantis, that's totally fine. Even though DeSantis has identical policy positions as Joe Biden. I'm sorry, identical policy positions as Donald Trump. Like, No Labels is a more competent version of the Lincoln Project, but it's the exact same play. Yep, it's whitewashing centrists. It's making centrists who are like anti-Trump out to be heroes, and that's an attempt to, I think it's all just a ploy to try and pull in centrist voters away from the Dems, and maybe away from the Republicans too, but away from the Dems for sure. Zombie Deer says, we know that people like BJG with similar politics do not care about furthering progressive politics, but mostly prefer to feel good about themselves in their echo chambers. I think that might be part of the equation, that people prefer like purity, because purity is fun, versus like, hey, here's my cynical calculation about what gets my agenda. But I tend to think that it comes more fundamentally, because these people have supported so many bad anti-establishment groups. Like, it's not even purity based, right? It's not RFK is the true leftist. It's RFK's anti-Biden. It's just anti-establishment. It's like anti-establishment without a cause, almost. So, More Perfect Union put together this great video on that third-party bid, because it's not just RFK, it's not just No Labels, it's a whole fucking effort. And we're gonna watch.
When Kyrsten Sinema recently announced she was abandoning the Democratic Party to run for re-election as a third-party candidate...
You're here to make a significant announcement.
I've registered as an Arizona independent.
There was one organization that was absolutely psyched.
A centrist group called No Labels.
No Labels.
No Labels.
They call themselves No Labels and build...
Exact same group that we were talking about before, right? Pretends super centrist. What are their actual alignments? Center right. Very firmly.
Themselves as a centrist group seeking common sense solutions for the majority of Americans.
No Labels is quietly mobilizing a major bid to launch a bipartisan unity ticket.
But we followed a money trail that leads through Aspen, luxury resorts, jaunts to Europe, and undisclosed locations in Washington, D.C. to discover a deeper story about who is behind No Labels and what's really in it for them.
Do we want to take any bets, chat, about whether the centrist party that's trying to court former Democrats is anti-right or anti-left? Do we want to take any bets about whether billionaires are funding the anti-Dem party?
Up until this point, No Labels has really just been a gilded cabal of dark money, a lobbying group that worked on the inside. For this upcoming election cycle, No Labels is actually becoming its own political party, and they're aiming to run a bunch of corporate-sponsored third-party candidates in critical elections.
Getting suspicious?
We're not talking random weirdo candidates either.
Mandatory toothbrushing law.
You'll probably recognize some of their names. Along with Kyrsten Sinema in Arizona, rumor has it that they want Joe Manchin to run as an independent against Joe Biden for president.
Why would they be so interested in Joe Manchin running against Joe Biden as president? Which group does that pull more from?
Usually, running a third-party candidate is a bit like lighting money on fire, and with more than $70 million raised already for this operation, No Labels is going to be hosting a bonfire. It begs the question, what's in it for the people behind this scheme?
It will not surprise you to learn that it is profit.
As a result of a 2010 court ruling, No Labels' political arm does not have to disclose its donors while it works to get a line on election ballots. But thanks to some sleuthing, we do know a fair amount about No Labels' past donors. Coca-Cola, General Electric, pharma giant Johnson & Johnson, and oil and gas company Pioneer Natural Resources.
If only there was one thing that unites all of these four things in wanting to support centrist candidates that pull from the left. If only we could figure it out.
Have all made 5-figure donations to No Labels over the years. So has the Consumer Technology Association, whose members as of 2020 included Amazon, AT&T, Google, Humana, Nvidia, Verizon, Walmart, and others. We'll get to why they're throwing so much money at this effort in just a second. Private equity firms, you know, the people gutting hospitals, nursing homes, and driving up your rent.
I do have to slightly disagree with about this. As pedantic, YIMBY type lefty, the equity firms that are trading your homes probably not having a major impact on rent. It is fundamentally about market shortage, market power. Landlords can drive up your rent because there's not a lot of supply and there's a shitload of demand. They're a monopoly, they can fuck you over. The financiers behind it that are doing trading do slightly reduce that because there's more frictional houses being traded and stuff like that, but that's like a marginal thing. Financialization is bad, but it's not the reason your rent's going up. That's landlords. Hate landlords.
Love Kyrsten Sinema, and it turns out they're big fans of No Labels too. Puck News recently revealed that Steven Schwartzman, the billionaire CEO of private equity giant Blackstone, is a major donor to the group. Blackstone's business model is built on exploiting major economic downturns and national crises like COVID and the Great Recession.
I do have to argue, again, a tiny bit. I'm not defending the financiers, I promise. They make money pretty much regardless. Stocks are great money once you have so much, once you're so diversified that you grow as much as the economy. So long as like the economy as a whole, or at least corporate profits are growing, you're doing fine. They don't need economic recessions. In fact, they'll do better in well economic conditions, unless those well economic conditions benefit workers and hurt corporate profits. Like that. Yeah, they benefit from recessions in as much as recessions hurt workers. So sometimes lefties like to hate on finance corporations because they're like much easier to paint as evil. The bank is much easier to paint as evil than like a factory or whatever, because the bank doesn't actually, it feels like it doesn't do anything. But like the fundamental evil of the economy is that private hands want to concentrate profit into their hands. They don't want to give it to workers. Whether it was, so Marx actually has a term for this. He talks about I might be getting the terms wrong, but functional capitalists and money capitalists. The functional capitalist is like the guy who is your manager, owns your factory, tells you what to do, and profits from the sale of those goods. He has basically the same motives as the money capitalist who isn't your direct manager, but just owns shares, right? It's nothing to do, it has nothing to do fundamentally with whether it's like a guy who owns your factory or a guy who owns the shares in your factory. It's about who owns and where it's concentrated. For lack of a better word, concentration of profit, concentration of capital is the evil. It's not about like specific financial forms. I will say, and Econoboy might be linking, oh no, he's linking me love for landlords. No! Econoboy and other, I don't know whether Econoboy would fall into this, but unlearning economics and other types who are like maybe post-Keynesians or unorthodox economic schools, of which, you know, I support the post-Keynesian economic school. We do hate financialization. Financialization is bad, but it's not because like the financiers are evil or something. It's because it introduces weird frictions into the economy. It's like, for lack of a better word, if overnight, like if overnight BlackRock was dissolved and all the factories were individually owned by a guy, he would still fuck you over. Like it's that simple. Capital is the evil, not finance.
The billionaire hedge fund CEO Louis Bacon also got in on the action. He maxed out his contributions to Kirsten Sinema and tossed $1 million to No Labels a week after doing the same for the Republican Party.
I don't even need to, like, it's, why are you supporting the Republican Party and the centrist political party?
Then there's Nelson Peltz, a billionaire investor and major Trump backer.
He's been my man through the last 4 years because he's done amazing things for the economy, amazing things.
He gave $900,000 to 2 No Labels PACs and maxed out to Kirsten Sinema. Then there's James Rupert Murdoch, the son of Fox News founder Rupert Murdoch, the media magnate who has done more harm to democracy than nearly anyone on the planet.
Fucking true! Meow. What's up, Steve? Look, I mean, I'm mostly just pausing because I'm worried about copy strikes at this point, but, like, it's a great video, and it's so fucking obvious why they're funding this shit.
Okay, except for maybe one person. Harlan Crow, a Nazi memorabilia collector and Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas's billionaire benefactor. Crow donated $130,000 to No Labels between 2019 and 2021, according to documents obtained by the New Republic. But why would the billionaires at No Labels want Sinema on the ballot so badly?
I know this is a rhetorical question, but, like, I do think one thing that sucks so much about our politics is that it's so conspiratorial. There's so much focus on, like, the shadowy cabal that runs everything from behind the scenes, when, like, in reality, they're just paying off the centrist politicians. They're just paying off the conservative politicians. It's not like a shadowy cabal. It's pretty fucking open. They don't need the shadows. Citizens United let them be almost transparent.
For one, they're really big fans of her work. Let's follow the money trail back in time to September 2021, when Democrats were trying to hammer out their massive Build Back Better bill. It was filled with super popular programs like universal childcare, which even 70% of Republicans approved of. You would think that No Labels would be all in on something that so united the country, except that it would have been paid for by raising taxes on the wealthiest Americans.
Hello, Mr. Caesar. Do you need attention? Is it attention time for Mr. Baby? Econoboy does point out something, and this is correct, because I've looked into this. From the polling I've seen specifically on Arizona, it doesn't seem to show that Sinema will be a spoiler. She seems to take a few points from both Republicans and Democrats. I do think that there's truth to this, that the spoiler effect would be small, because the centrist candidate would still probably pull, like, at worst, maybe 70% from Democrats or something, instead of, like, 100% from Democrats. A socialist naming his kid Caesar? Well, fortunately, it was Merrick. Merrick named him. So she's the fake socialist. I'm the real socialist because I'm only dealing with Caesar because of his incessant need for attention. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Isn't that right? What are we doing? Where are we going? So I do think there's truth to that, but it's pretty clear that the goal of such a centrist third party is not to, like, strengthen the Democrats or something, right? They're not running centrist right Republicans. They're running centrist Democrats. They want to run Manchin. They want to run Sinema. They keep donating to the Republican Party. They are hoping to steal from the right of the Democratic Party and eke out tiny Republican margins and win. Merrick is a fake socialist, doesn't even have socialist in her name, unlike certain other streamers. When you watch this clip, Merrick, I want you to know who the real socialist is, the anti-Caesar, because he kind of scratched me up a little bit. Okay. Third parties.
Given the choice between national unity and hoarding billions of dollars, you can probably guess which one an organization with a coal power plant owner, a plastics maker and fossil gas owner, a defense contractor executive, and corporate lobbyist on the board wound up choosing. Sinema made the same choice, refusing to sign on to a bill that raised taxes on billionaires. And as a leaked email revealed, No Labels appreciated it so much that the director of the Billionaire Front Group sent an email telling all of his donors to call Sinema's office and express their gratitude.
So the image didn't load here, but it's an email showing the exact thing that he's talking about. Like, No Labels was so fucking happy that billionaires weren't getting taxed. Like, every fucking centrist group that has some like bland ass name, doesn't fucking lay out its ideology explicitly, is just there. Yeah, no media. Wow, I loved this leaked email. It is sort of funny. They acknowledged it in the comments.
This well-produced TV ad.
They call Kirsten Sinema a lot of stuff. We call her tough, independent, principled, always fighting for two-party solutions and for jobs. A senator America can be proud of.
All that public celebration was nice, but the big checks that Sinema received at fundraisers with No Labels donors were even nicer. It netted her over $1 million over just a few months. She did the same thing just about 1 year later on the Inflation Reduction Act. Democrats met incessantly with her, hoping to raise taxes on the wealthy, but the closed-door meetings with billionaires were much more lucrative.
Like, again, this is one of the reasons that I really dislike conspiratorial thinking on the left. You don't need the CIA doing like COINTELPRO hyper psyops to destroy the left. Like, the billionaires are just paying people off. They own media. They have huge amounts of power. I also like to, I do want to be clear. We do live in a system that is a biased democracy. We can change the system if we get enough power, but the power is almost all stacked against us. Who owns media? Who owns, like, when you go down the ways that power is held, virtually every type of power that might exist, the way that you determine people's ideology, the way that you actually get your message out there, the way that you try and exercise power in politics is almost all biased against poor people, against working class people. Most legislatures in the United States, most United States states are the size of European countries, right? Finland is like 6 million people large? California has a legislature that is paid less per person than Finland's is. They're running something. They're running like a country. Canada has the same population as California. Canada's legislators get full staff and benefits and whatnot. California's do not. In the United States, I think there's only 5 full-time legislatures. Most legislatures in the United States are not in session for half the time, and they're only paid like $40,000 a year. They're not geared to let a working class person pick up the job and hold it forever because they're a true representative of the people. They're there to give a lawyer a little bit of a stipend while they're not working on the off year. Yeah, California's the 5th largest economy in the world. So it's one of the things that, when you go down, virtually every level of structure of our government in the United States is biased towards the rich. And that's partially by design and partially just the nature of unegalitarian democracy like the United States. So I really dislike conspiratorial analyses. It's just power. The structure of power, like the landscape, is biased against us, and the rich have a shitload of power. And it's that simple. The calculation is not like there's no cabals necessary. There's no like fake democratic rigging necessary. They just win elections because they own the media that your dad listens to. They win elections because they have millions of dollars. The only reason the left can even compete is because they have like organized labor that will fund like the Democrats. And I should say the left there broadly because the Democrats are not the left. But the only reason we can compete at all is because there's still some level of organization in this country. And guess what the right's trying to do? Destroy those unions so we can't get that money. Destroy those unions so we can't get out the vote. Like, they understand the game. They're trying to take away our power, and we should do the exact same thing in reverse. Like when Michigan passed the sectoral bargaining for nurses, that enormously increases their power against the, I don't know whether it would be, I guess some are probably like HMO, against the HMOs and the hospitals that employ them. Najawin is talking about the youngest Congress member. Maxwell Frost also plays Yu-Gi-Oh! That was vetoed, I thought, the sectoral bargaining. I thought it was sworn into law. I could have sworn that, what's their face? Sam Cedar talked about it. Was it not Michigan? Was it Wisconsin? I don't fucking know. I'll have to look it up because I fucked up here. I could have sworn that I heard people talking about it, but more broadly, regardless of what specifically happened, the argument is that when you empower workers, when you disempower like private money, you are tilting the scales. That makes your next win easier. For a term, for you theory heads in the audience, this is non-reformist reform. It's a type of reform which, yes, in the short term might make workers' lives a little bit better, but it also reshapes the power system in such a way that it's easier to win in the future. And most reforms are to some degree non-reformist. But especially reforms that change how power is exercised, that make it easier to unionize, that make it harder to like fuck over workers, that make it harder for private money to control elections. All of these shift power. There are reasons they're important. If you are privileged, use your power. Yeah, I mean, this is something that what's his face, G.A. Cohen talks about, is that some of the most dedicated proponents of socialism are those that come from wealth, because they aren't in it because their life is getting fucked over by a capitalist. They're not some worker who has to pick socialism because they need a better life. There's someone who so truly believes in it that they are like completely dedicated to the cause. And I think it's interesting. I do think it suggests one of the reasons that a lot of vanguards in the past were led by wealthy, well-educated individuals often. Because they're the people who have the time and the very strong ideological commitments to lead a socialist revolution. Socialism's intelligentsia has typically been middle class. Yeah, I would say it's usually like middle class to upper middle class is like the leaders of socialist movements. And there's a reason for that. I click play.
Label's donors were especially generous. Cinema walked away with huge donations from billionaire Donald Trump superfans Henry Kravis, the co-founder of the world's largest private equity firm, anti-union Home Depot founder Ken Langone, and Nelson Peltz, who donated after Cinema put in a request to visit him. There were also meet and greets with corporate lobbyists, max gifts from the head of Mitt Romney's old company, Bain Capital, and more than $44,000 from the good folks at the private equity megalith Blackstone. The Business Roundtable, a group of 200 CEOs, and the Chamber of Commerce, which represents some of the biggest corporations in the world, were both enamored with Cinema's work. The Roundtable gave Cinema $187,000, while the Chamber gave Cinema $450,000 and a special award for ultimately blocking Build Back Better. And we can't forget Merck, the beloved...
I mean, this whole video is just a list of like, here's where all the corporate power is stored, and here's where it's flowing.
Pharmaceutical company donated to Cinema as she weakened efforts to lower prescription drug prices. At the end of the day, these billionaires and large corporations are deeply invested in maintaining the status quo and opposing Democrats' agenda for working people.
I do think, so one of the things that I do appreciate in a lot of More Perfect Union videos is that some, like they do highlight that there is a real difference between the parties, and part of the reason that the centrist wing of the Democrats is bad is the same reason that a lot of the Republican Party is bad. They are bought and paid for, to a large degree, by corporations, by big money, by capital, broadly. And if we want to widen that gap, we have to replace the conservative Democrats with progressive ones. That's realignment. And we have to make it so that the whole Democratic Party needs to move left to win elections. We do that by moving the voters left, and we do that by adding anchors on the left, like organized labor, that they can't ignore, because they will get out the vote and they will make demands that the leaders of our country can't ignore. If workers were stronger, we could have struck and tried to go against the federal government. And I don't know whether Joe Biden would have sent in the troops to enforce the rail strike, to break up the rail strike, essentially. Would he have fired all the workers like Reagan did? If workers are strong enough, we can resist anything, but we're not. And so we can't. And we have to get there.
Cinema's atrocious polling numbers and lack of any non-billionaire constituency may mean that she's not likely to win any Senate election. And Joe Manchin doesn't have any better chance at becoming president as a third-party candidate. But getting Cinema or Manchin on the ballot is likely No Label's donors' best hope of enacting their agenda. If Cinema plays spoiler for Democrats, handing the race and maybe the Senate to Republicans, it would guarantee that their tax breaks continue. Considering their net worth, cutting some checks to Kyrsten Sinema is probably the safest bet in DC.
I really appreciate that as well. So that's a materialist analysis of power, right? Why do the rich spend on politics? It's got a great return. If you don't get your taxes raised, that's the same thing as getting more profit, right? It still lets you concentrate more power, more wealth, because wealth is fundamentally just about power. Mansion is substantially saner than cinema, says Najawin. I do not know or care. I have no idea what cinema's personal journey from like Green Party activist to corporate centrist is, but it does probably involve less ideological commitment. It's cheap, says Tiernax. It is fucking cheap to buy a congressional member. And I do want to be clear, there are limits to how much lobbying can do, right? Like, there's no amount of money, I'm pretty sure. There's a amount of money, but there's no feasible amount of money you could pay to like Bernie Sanders or even people like Elizabeth Warren and get them to like oppose progressive politics. You need to pay them like hundreds of millions of dollars to get them to be like anti-liberals or something. But the goal is not to like eliminate socialists or whatever. It's always at the margins. It's how can they affect as much as possible to get as few Democrats into election as power and to get the Democrats who are in power to be as centrist as possible, right? And we see this in every country, in every period of history. It's the exact same strategy. So it is material. You do not need a cabal for any of this. They're like No Labels to some degree is that cabal, but this is like they don't need to publicize their payments. They don't need to do any like secret organizing. It's pretty clear what their goals are, and they're doing it. So, all right. With that, it is 9. I wanted to try and get through one more thing, which is Cornel West. So we just talked about centrist third parties and how a lot of centrist parties that lean towards the left are intentionally structured that way, in my opinion, as an attempt to spoil votes from the Democrats. Because that empowers the rich, right? Like the rich know how the game is played. Every election that they can tilt power towards themselves means one more election where they can concentrate more power, where union density will tick down. The only things that we really have going for us are increasing rates of education. In the long run, politics will drift left. The voter will drift left, but they are concentrated more and more wealth. So there's a counterbalance going on. I can do it, says Tiernax. Oh my God. I think the first one was like 7 hours. This one is probably like, what, 4 hours so far? It got cut in half because of the very strong content ID. I want to talk about Cornel West because I have a somewhat nuanced view, I guess I would say. I still oppose the decision that he has made, but I do want to partially defend him against some things that I've seen people arguing against him. So a few days ago, initially, Cornel West announced that he was running for president with the... Why can't I see this shit? With the People's Party. Now, I want to play this ad because I think it gives you an idea of the vibes that Cornel West is going for. And then I want to talk about what a shitty decision it is. So know that I'm not expressing hate at first because he does change this decision today, actually.
In these bleak times, I have decided to run for truth and justice, which takes the form of running for president of the United States as a candidate for the People's Party. I enter into quest for truth. I enter into quest for justice. And the presidency is just one vehicle to pursue that truth and justice, what I've been trying to do all of my life.
So if you've listened to Cornel West's lectures, this is a lot like how he lectures. He's not doing any more, like a lot of his lectures are more metaphorical and less concrete. That's going to be a lot of this video. It's going to be a lot of focus on concepts and not a lot of focus on policy. That's the vibes he goes for. He's a theologian by trade. He's great at like the sort of, I would call it like the preaching style. And the like, I don't know if there's a name for like sticking more to the abstract than the concrete, but that's what he does in a lot of his speeches. It's not just for the People's Party. It's not just for the ad.
come from a tradition where I care about you. I care about the quality of your life. I care about whether you have access to a job with a living wage, decent housing, women having control over their bodies, health care for all.
So that shit, like, all of those policies, absolutely fucking great. I do want to note, like, Cornel West is a socialist. He's a genuine socialist. And I'll make that clear later, because I've seen some people trying to argue that he's just a grifter. They point to this one tweet of his, they're like, clearly this guy can't be a socialist. No, he's like at least a beefy sock dem, and I do not care to litigate the difference between those two. Like, this guy, were he president, like Bernie, would be immensely better than any candidate that's currently in the race. Except maybe, I guess, Marianne Williamson. I don't know how different they are.
De-escalating the destruction of the planet, the destruction of American democracy. Democracy creates disruption. It creates an eruption. It creates an interruption. Wide from below, the energies of everyday people is manifest. And I know there are precious people in your life who you care for. That's why it's important for you to be involved, important for you to participate. We're not talking about hating anybody. We're talking about loving. We're talking about affirming.
So once we got past the policy section, right back to, I think someone in chat said style and a smile. And, you know, I love this shit. This shit's great. But it is not what I would want to see in a presidential candidate. That's okay.
We're talking about empowering those who have been pushed to the margins, because neither political party wants to tell the truth about Wall Street, about Ukraine, about the Pentagon, about big tech. Neo-fascists like Brother Trump or milquetoast neoliberals like Brother Biden. Wow, I'm so happy to make a world-shaking decision. You know what I mean? Well, I know gangsters when I see them. And gangster's not a subjective expression. It's an objective condition.
I will just say, as a note for one of the reasons that, like, this campaign is so vibes-based, think about the places that he's going to. He's going to Bill Maher. He's going to Joe Rogan, right? That, like, it's the same places that a lot of people who are in the sort of, like, vibes-based anti-establishment leftism go to. And that sucks, right? Because, like, again, I think this guy is a genuine socialist, and I think he might be trying to get whatever platform he can, but
we have what it takes. We shall see. But some of us are going to go down fighting, go down swinging with style and a smile, accenting the
fuck, that wasn't just like a random quote. It's what he said. God damn it.
best in you and trying to tease out the best in me. Let's do it together.
Okay. Eminent vibe, like incredibly good vibes for like the vibe president. Like we need like the policy president, the person who actually changes.
I love you.
Thank you for following Gladiator99 on Twitch, I think, who's not even looking at this. For the policy president, not a great initial start. Love all of his policies, no detail. But then again, that's an ad, whatever. The vibes president, so good. Love the vibes. He said it, yeah, it's hollow and it fucking sucks. I mean, so I do have to defend, like, the other day we watched the Mike Pence ad, and that is all vibes. Like, this mentioned 10 policies, I think, across virtually every area of American life. Pence's ad mentioned immigration and cutting your welfare. Those were the two policies that he mentioned. And that ad was the same length, or longer. Vibes-based politics is, like, everywhere. So I'm not trying to give him too much shit, right? This ad probably contains about as much policy as the average political ad, which is sort of embarrassing, but like political ads fucking suck. So I'm not gonna give him too much shit. And this is his general style. So he's not just doing it for this. I guess is what I've been trying to say. I am finally back, Michael McKeown. So unfortunately, consistent with the vibes-based anti-establishment, He didn't just go with the Movement for People's Party, which itself is vibes-based anti-establishment. Another place that he announced the same day, within hours, was Russell Brand. Russell Brand, for those of you who are not avid Vosh fans, is an anti-Ukraine, like, crystal healing type of guy. He is also extremely anti-vax. He used to be considered like a leftist just like Dorr, and he went down the exact same pathway that Dorr did. Virtually all of the exact same pivots. So that sucks, right? Well, maybe he's just getting the platforms he can. He also appeared on Kim Iverson, who is like a sort of center-left, maybe, anti-establishment show. And
President.
Let me let her lead
Dr.
it.
Cornel West has announced he's running as a presidential candidate for the People's Party. Watch this.
So they play the ad. We go back to Kim.
Well, Dr. West, presidential candidate, joins us now. Dr. Cornel West, welcome to the show. Congratulations on your announcement running for president. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so very much. I want to appreciate the work that you do and the contributions you have already made and continue to make, my dear sister.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, so let's start off with you telling us what is your vision for America? What do you want to bring as candidate that the other candidates that are out there now are not bringing?
I think that I would like to bring a spiritual awakening and a moral reckoning in the face of organized greed and institutional hatred and routinized indifference toward the plight of the vulnerable. So I'm looking at the country through the eyes of my precious, poor, and priceless working people of all colors, all genders, all sexual orientations, and all regions. And in fact, it's an international vision. I'm concerned about poor and working people all around the world.
So he does go on to the center-right show, the anti-vax center-right show, by the way, which is the consistent thread here. And he does promote like a vision that he wants to lift up the working class. One of the things that you'll see over and over again is he is not focused on mainstreaming policy. He's focused on the vibes. And that sucks. One of the best things that Marianne Williamson is fairly good at doing, and Bernie was very good at doing, was staying focused on policy. Every time someone would try and ask him about Hillary Clinton's emails, he would pivot back to Medicare for All or $15 minimum wage. Marianne Williamson, she went on Fox News to get mad that there's no debate in the Democratic primary. And the moment after she said that she's mad there's no primary, she immediately started talking about how we need higher wages. She immediately started talking about how we need universal health care. Like concrete, specific goals that are immensely popular. And that shit works. But the vibes will not change someone's mind. Like someone is not like a diehard Republican voter or even a centrist voter who's going to move to the left and vote for the People's Party because they heard that you care about the poor. Unfortunately, like you have to, for lack of a better word, one of the really important things that concrete politics does is it makes people pick a side on something real that actually matters to people. And West is not great at pushing that out. And I'm not, like, again, I still think he's a socialist. I still think that he's like fighting for the right side, broadly speaking. I just do also think that his advocacy here kind of fucking sucks. Not actively bad, just not actively good. And the whole point, like, you're not trying to win. I don't know why this isn't working. You're not trying to win as the third party candidate. You know that you will lose. Please. Please. So, I just do want to start there. Oh no, my retinopathy. So it starts, in my opinion, like subpar. You could do better. But again, this is still like a net good. I'd still rather have more people talking about how important the working class is than less people, right? This is still better than nothing at all. The main problem, in my view, is that West is such a huge, huge figure on the left. to give you an idea, he has 1 million followers, right? He is a massive, massive figure on the left. He used to talk to Michael Brooks all the time. He fucking matters, right? And it sucks to see him join the movement for the People's Party. Because, for those who aren't aware, let's start with Nick Brana, the founder of the People's Party. He is very happy that Cornel West is running for president. He talks about all the coverage it got. Okay. He's also, in his organization, one of the organizers of the Rage Against the War Machine events, which was an anti-war event which hosted people such as Jimmy Dore. So again, the same sort of vibes-based anti-vax, anti-establishment leftism. It also hosted Jackson Hinkle as one of its keynote speakers. Hinkle, of course, is not even pretending to be a socialist nowadays. He is like an active conservative. He used to call himself a conservative communist. He then dropped communist and is just conservative. He went on Tucker Carlson to talk about how the FBI controls our country from the shadows and does it in coordination with George Soros. Like, okay, that's one of your anti-war speakers. He's actually pro-Russia. He's not anti-war. He's just pro-Russia. The reason he's against arming Ukraine is because he's pro-Russia. This guy here, the top right, executive director of the Ron Paul Institute. This got like mangled, but executive director of the Ron Paul Institute. Scott Ritter, a convicted pedophile. Basically, like, again, like pro-Russia insane guy. Kim Iverson, who we just saw, associating with all these fucks. And then you've got Max Blumenthal, the Gray Zone, Anya Parampil, the Gray Zone. So these are paid Russian shills. And Tara Reid, who recently went to Russia, said that she felt unsafe in America and was very happy to work with the Russians. Back in 2020, she penned an article saying that liberals should support Russia. Like, if I wanted to convince someone that my group was a Russian op, I would pick this crew. And he hosted this event. He picked these people out. Brana picked these people out. In case you weren't getting any sus vibes, the event was a co-host between the Libertarian Party and the People's Party. So I've marked off the groups which paid money to sponsor. We've got the Libertarians, you've got the People's Party, which I call the Jimmy Dore Fan Club. You've got the Mises Caucus. So Mises or Mises was a, or is, I don't know, but he was a conservative libertarian thinker who helped justify basically national borders from a libertarian perspective because you need to protect socialists from coming in and taking your shit. In practice, if you ever see someone who's involved in the Mises Caucus, they are libertarian and they hate brown people. I describe them as the libertarians, but way more racist. This group actually seemed fine. Liberty Speaks is another Mises group. You have the Radical Caucus, which is the anarcho-capitalist caucus within the Libertarian Party. You have Action for Assange, which, you know, Assange has his own dirty trail, but this seems mostly fine. You've got the punk rock libertarians with mullets. They aren't punk rock in the sense of being like libertarian leftist or whatever. They're just libertarians. World Beyond War seems mostly fine. You've got the Center for Political Innovation for Caleb Maupin is one of the sponsors of this. Again, your sponsors are a few anti-war people, the Libertarian Party, open parentheses, racist wing, closed party, Caleb Maupin, a CPUSA youth group, which Maupin seems to have taken control of, and that's it. What? I think somewhere I pulled up. Yeah, I described this. The real popular front that Nick Brana helped organize was anti-vax progressives like Dore, MAGA communists like Hinkle, libertarians, especially the extra racist kind, and Caleb Maupin, who is a sex cult Nazbol who's really into spanking. Did I pull up? Yeah, and then for an idea of how insane that rally is, and I know I'm focusing on this a lot, but this gives you like so much insight into where Nick Brana is coming from. The event that he organized, which had 300 people show up, that is not a lot of people. 300 people show up and had 30 speakers. You had roughly a 10-to-1 ratio of attendees to speakers. And these are like Jimmy Dore level speakers, right? These are huge fucking speakers. You had someone in a shirt with a helicopter, which reads physical removal. This is a pro-Pinochet libertarian. You have someone who, look up geoengineering everywhere. You have someone who's a chemtrail truther. Panel 4, stop the turbines, save the whale. And they hate wind power. What? I don't know whether this guy is left or right. I loved this section. You had a picture with a Russian flag by, I think, one of the CPI people, who is 1 foot away from no war, peace now. Imagine going to an anti-war rally. Like, imagine that you're in, like, Russia. It's 2003. America is invading Iraq. And you go to an anti-war rally waving an American flag. Right next to that, of course, we have the Door 2024 sign. And this map, Peace Through Development, which is a LaRouche map. This whole thing, one of LaRouche's big ideas is that we should build like roads that span the entire world. Which, actually, fairly good idea. Good idea, LaRouche. But the fact that they're into this, that you're bringing a sign talking about how we need to build roads everywhere, is a sign you're like deep into the LaRouche cult. For those who don't know, LaRouche is like the epitome of American Nazbol. He is the American Nazbol movement. Maupin like has praised him repeatedly. Lyndon LaRouche, Lyndon. I can link him, but he used to be like a Trotskyist, and then he went fucking insane and became like a communist paramilitary, and then went fucking insane again, and then moved far right. So he is like a Nazbol in that he wants like some far left economic policies, and also is like utterly fucking insane on every fucking issue. You know how, for an idea of how insane the LaRouche organization is, when Russia did those fake referendums in Ukraine, they brought in 2 international observers in a film clip that the Gray Zone shared. Russia was so proud to show these 2 international observers. One was some random guy from, I think, like Senegal. It was is it the Ivory Coast? The west coast of Africa. I'm forgetting which one, but it was a small country there. And I searched for his name, and I couldn't find literally anything. Like, literally anything about this guy. So one international observer was just some guy. And, he said it was from, like, some African country. But that's it. It'd be like if I had an international observer, and it was just like, yeah, I'm from Texas. Okay. Why should I trust you, Texas? And the second guy, next to random guy, was from the Schiller Institute, which is a LaRoucheite thing. They paid a LaRouche guy to come out and say the elections were totally real and not staged for the fake Russian referendums. So LaRouche is like Nazbol in the sense of like literally paid by the Russian government. Oh no, what have you linked? What is this link? Oh no! No, I'm not watching J-Reg do a Nazbol song. Yeah, no, so just like the fact that you have like pro-Russia paid Russian shill Nazbols. Oh, and the final one, this one just made me laugh. You have someone who is standing Muammar Gaddafi, which is like, I can see some lefties who do that. He was at least nominally a socialist leader, with like a specific sort of Islamic socialism. I can at least understand how like maybe a slightly misinformed lefty is like a super Gaddafi stan. There are plenty of MLs who are super Gaddafi stans because he was very anti-US. I get it. But you know what kills me? Is that the person with the sign is using the US flag as the backing to the sign. It would be like being an Allende stan. I can't even quite do that. That analogy doesn't quite work. It's the US. The US killed him. It would be like bringing out a picture of Abraham Lincoln with like a Confederate flag behind it. Which side are you on? What is happening? Wait, yeah, like we Whatever you think about U.S. intervention in Libya, right? Whatever position you have, the U.S. was not pro-Gaddafi. I don't get it. This rally did more to prove to me that, like, one, Nazbols are real, and two, they are the tiniest fraction of people on Earth ever with the most incomprehensible beliefs. They are like the epitome of, you know how people in real life, centrists are just sort of an eclectic grab bag. Most centrists will have like a few far right, a few far left positions, few center right, few left. Nazbols are like that, but if you only picked positions on the outside, they're like, yep, I super support Gaddafi, and I think we need to close the borders, and I love Joseph Stalin. Okay, yeah, cool for you, It's the anti-Griller centrist. It's every corner possible. And, you know, to seal the deal on that, Haas fans, who are the epitome, they literally come from the LaRouche, like, group. Haas fans are anti-taxation. They're anti-minimum wage. They literally picked like a libertarian right position, and they're also Stalin fans. They love Gaddafi. They stand the socially conservative Soviet Union all the time. I don't get it. Anyway, that's the event that Nick Brana hosted. That's the party of this guy that he joined into, right? That sucks. That fucking sucks, right? You should not be giving this type of shit any amount of credence. To extend that, let's go to... So, I checked through all this before. I checked all the sources. This is completely accurate. This is the full article for the People's Party. So, what are their accomplishments? What have the People's Party, like, done to deserve Cornel West, 1 million followers, hugely influential leftist? Probably one of the top 1,000 most influential leftists on Earth. And originally, Nick Brana founded Draft Bernie for a People's Party. Sanders got that petition. Oh God, where was it? Oh, this is... Draft Bernie movement plows on despite cold shoulder from Sanders. They gave him a petition with 50,000 signatures saying, please, please, please start a third party with us. And he didn't even reply. To my knowledge, he didn't even fucking reply. Accomplishment 1, get ignored by Bernie Sanders. Still create the third party. 3 years later, they held a people's convention that was viewed by 400,000 people. Now, when this article was first written, I was pretty sure that this was put in to like try and amp up how big the People's Party is. But to give you an idea of how big that actually is, here's YouTuber Vosh. Every day, he gets around 200 to 500,000 views. The People's Party convention got 1 day of Vosh. Does that mean they're bigger than the DSA? No, I don't think you're understanding. Viewed means like YouTube views, because it was an all online convention. No, it's not 400,000 members. They likely don't have 100 members. No. This is a complete joke of a party. Viewed is turned on for 5 seconds. Yeah, Tyrannox is completely correct. Like, the reason I'm relating this to Vosh is like, if you've watched a Vosh video, you know that view doesn't even mean like agreed with. It doesn't even mean you watched the full thing. Speakers included Marianne Williamson. So I'm actually kind of glad that she's running the Democratic primary. She's realized that she can get a way bigger voice in there if the Dems will allow any fucking primarying. But if she can, she'll get a way bigger voice in there. Cornel West. So this goes back far. Part of the reason that he was like approached by this is he's been speaking at this for a long time. And then Nina Turner, Jesse Ventura, Jimmy Dore, Chris Hedges, and Ryan Knight. For those of you who aren't aware, High Progressive used to parody be like, what was it, like capitalist Ryan Knight, liberal Ryan Knight? The lineup is like all people who for some reason have the like anti-establishment brain bug, which makes them be like, oh, this thing is against Bernie. I'm sorry, this thing is against Biden, it's against the establishment. Love it. That convention was after Super Tuesday, so Williamson had already dropped out and endorsed Bernie. I mean, that's still fine. You know, like, still fine to speak at it, I guess. But it is sort of funny. Knight got mad at him at Cornel West. Can you link me that? That's really funny. So I do have to mention this. This Wikipedia article is so funny to me because it's like, this is the epitome of the term that we like to use is microsect, a tiny party that does not have the ability to expand. Oh, Knight got mad at High Progressive because High Progressive was parodying him. That's pretty funny. This party is the epitome of all kayfabe. Is it kayfabe? Kayfabe? Fuck. I don't know any of the words that I don't know how to say any of the words that I know. Kayfabe. Okay. Doing great. Doing so good. It's all kayfabe. It's all pretending that they're a real legitimate third party and then never actually building the infrastructure to do it. That is so much of all of these tiny parties over and over again. They have to pretend that they're doing some really big revolutionary action because otherwise you wouldn't fucking join them. Because the problem is, so like the analogy I draw is that DSA doesn't need to pretend that it's big because it is, but also because it can provide you deliverables. Why do you join the DSA? Well, if you want to organize your union, DSA will help you. Why do you join the DSA? Well, if you want to do some progressive politics, and DSA will probably help you. If you want to do some socialist electoral, and DSA will definitely help you. They can give you concrete asks, concrete demands, but these parties can't. They can't do shit. So all they do is lie. It's the same reason NFTs are such a scam, right? It's all lie. It's all kayfabe. Because they've got nothing. It's all got to be style because they got no substance. So I love the reason I bring all this up is the convention's purpose was, according to Brana, to vote on forming a major new political party free of corporate money and influence. I love that. A measure that was approved by 99% of those viewing the convention online. To give you an idea of how serious that is, it would be like if the Democratic Party had like a YouTube live stream of like Bernie versus Biden, and then took like a poll in the chat and was like, hey, which do y'all want to Bernie or Biden? It is retweet politics. This is the epitome of slacktivism. Like they didn't even have members to come to the convention to actually vote. It's literally ones in chat. This is the Hassan chat of politics. That degrades the Hassan chat. Okay, this is embarrassing, right? The fact that your party has so little infrastructure, they don't even have members to do voting. They don't even have delegates to like organize. They're just taking a online poll. Brana said their goal was to form a party beginning in 2021, run in the midterms in 2022, and possibly run a candidate in 2024. So I want to focus on run in the midterms in 2022 real quick. Before the 2020 US midterms, the People's Party announced that it was aiming to run a dozen or more federal races, including a seat or two in the US Senate. The party never announced any candidates for the 2022 elections. I searched their Twitter, I searched their website, I searched everywhere I could fucking think. I searched Nick Brana's Twitter to see if they announced any candidates, like a single candidate. No way they had as many live views as Hassan. Oh, to be clear, I'm not trying to say that Hassan is as bad as this vibe-based stuff. I'm trying to say that the vote they did was as bad as like taking a vote of like Hassan viewers or something. Like that's not how a political party should operate. So yeah, sorry, Evan, I wasn't trying to attack the pure saint of Hassan. May ever he serve. The point was like, this party is all kayfabe. They're like, we're going to run a dozen elections. We're talking 10 Congress seats. We're talking 2 Senate seats. What do they actually do? What does the actual material give? Nothing. Nothing, right? They don't run anyone in 2022. I can't find any evidence that the People's Party has run a single candidate at all. Like a campaign. The Trotskyists do better than that. So I love that. So this came up. This paragraph was created when Cornel West announced, and it immediately got super filled out because people were interested in this article. On June 5, 2023, Cornel West announced his candidacy for president with the People's Party. He was the first person to run for office under the People's Party banner. Imagine your first campaign. Imagine me like, I'm a serious political party. What's the first office I should run for? President of the United States. Least serious political party. And then within 2 weeks, on June 14, West announced that he was instead seeking the endorsement of the Green Party. You know, people are reading, given the group's leadership controversies. So I skipped over that. In February 2022, and this is an example of the cover-up, I don't want to litigate this too exactly, but the cover-up makes this way fucking worse. Brana was accused of sexual harassment by Zana Day, who was the former executive director of the MPP. That sexual harassment was corroborated by the co-worker Paula Jean Swearingen. Brana denied these claims, and so, you know, it is he said, she said, but it is two she saids. And his response, and I have to make you look at the title of this. Brana denied these claims, called them false and politically motivated, and accused other MPP board members of a liberal takeover attempt. As a result, he basically cleared house at the board and got rid of all the people he thought were trying to screw him over. The article he wrote to respond to sexual abuse allegations is titled People's Party Blocks Liberal Takeover Attempt. I don't think I've ever seen an example of liberal being so clearly used to like downplay real concerns of abuse as this. This is like the epitome of leftists just calling everything they disagree with liberal. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, those liberals obviously want to take over the enormously successful People's Party. Oh, I can't wait for them to steal the extensive mailing list that it has from the 400,000 viewers it has. Nothing else could pull 400,000 viewers. This is literally like Malpin tier shit. Like, I want to be clear about this. The sexual harassment stuff, we can never know the truth, right? I think very clearly, I personally think the truth very much is that he sexually harassed Xana Day, basically pushed her down, tried to kiss her, tried to engage in sex, and got stopped halfway through because Paula Jean Swearingen walked in. That's the TLDR. That's what I believe happened. You can never know the truth, but what you can know is how someone responded to that. And Brana responded to that by kicking out board members that he thought were faulting him. He didn't say, I've been accused of sexual harassment, let's do an independent investigation. He said, it's purge time. That should tell you everything. Like, that to me is the blackest card, the reddest card that you can get. If your first response to any accusation is purge. Like, for an idea of what other organizations do when there's accusations of sexual harassment. The ISO was a semi-large, it got up to 1,000 members at the end, socialist organization in the United States. This says 1,500. I think more like 1,000. Doesn't really fucking matter. In 2019, it was exposed that its leadership mishandled an accusation of sexual assault. It dissolved within a month. This is what like actual socialists do when there's like a cover-up process for sexual harassment or even alleged sexual harassment. Not only is Brana's group still going, they got Cornel West to fucking endorse them. Ah! Oh, my foot is killing me. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Here is the New Republic. Just for a night. So I'm not just going fucking insane. Here is a real news outlet covering this shit. Cornel West announces presidential bid as a People's Party candidate. Why did Cornel West, one of the eminent thinkers of our time, choose to run with this party? It's the way they glibly put it. They cover his announcement. They cover his history. He is now running on a party ticket that purports to embrace similar goals, similar ideals as West, but has had trouble on the execution side of things. It began in 2017, has been mired in troubling allegations and broader organizational dysfunction. The summary that's most key for what we were just talking about. Numerous sources have corroborated sexual harassment allegations against party founder Nick Brana. Last year, former party member Paula Jean Swearingen told journalists Eoin Higgins and Jordan Cheriton that she had witnessed Brana try to force himself onto former party executive director Zana Day. That's the allegation we talked about the other day. As a result, numerous party board members were forced out for encouraging investigations into the allegations and questioning whether Brana was fit to lead the party. One former board member, Regina Clark, said, "We were removed from the board because we were concerned about Nick remaining in his position." As the investigation went on, it was clear there was sexual harassment going on. For other alleged acts, there was debate on whether it was harassment or extended further. It's pronounced Owen. Swear. Oh my god. One sec. Sorry, Mir's father walked in. They went insane. Wolf, indeed. Get the intruder puppy. So true. Jump scare. Dog jump scare. Ken Shu says, "I'm trying my hardest not to hate vibes-based everything." Yeah, I mean, this is one of the reasons that... One of the things that I feel like I keep tending towards over time is that people who come to positions because they really believe in them tend to be so much better at articulating them, versus people who come to positions because they hate the vibes of what it's opposed to. Broadly, I would contrast it with sort of politics of love and a politics of hate, and not in the sense of like, you know, do you hate the outgroup or whatever, but whether it's like, do you hate capitalism or do you love socialism? And over, I see people who just hate liberals take the dumbest fucking positions. And, you know, plenty of people who I would say aren't just anti-capitalist, but are pro-socialist. Plenty of pro-socialists have dumb beliefs. But the rate is so much higher among people who just fucking hate libs. It is so much easier to get someone who just fucking hate libs to praise Tucker Carlson for saying that corporations are bad. Because they're too woke. Yeah, sort of burn it all down style leftists. I think that the reason anti-establishment, like under the hood, anti-establishment is like the expression, but I think that the reason under the hood is it's people who are really fucking pissed that the Dems suck. But they aren't like I have a concrete vision of doing something better. For an example of this, some of you who follow me on Twitter may know that because I am completely insane and super autistic, have compiled a spreadsheet which I have happily titled, "Which Socialist Org Do You Support?" And what I do, SDL spreadsheet, I doubt it. Every so often, when I get someone who gets in my replies and says, "Hey, did you know that DSA sucks? You're not a real socialist and nothing you do matters," I will happily reply with, "Which socialist org do you support? And what achievements of theirs are you most proud of?" And to date, I have not, when asking this question, got a single example of a mass organization. I got one person who mentioned Rage Against War. They were a Nazbol. I got someone who said they belonged to a communist organization, but I'm sure they just couldn't name it. One person who mentioned Democracy at Work, which is a socialist organization, but does not have mass membership. And then, lastly, recently, someone who I did not ask, but wanted to be entered into the spreadsheet, said the Communist Party USA. So we got the first positive answer, although I did not ask for it. So, my point is, like, a lot of people who like to hate, it's really easy to be a lefty and be like, hey, everything we're doing on leftism sucks. Just this thing, TBH, says Naja Win. Ooh, we gotta go to the Gons tweet. The big boy Gons. Ooh, yeah, this. There's a variety of ultra-leftism, where, for viewers who aren't aware, ultra-leftism is broadly like leftism that considers all or most other forms of leftism to be failed, not truly left enough, not pure enough, that type of thing. That would be my TLDR. There is a variety of ultra-leftism on here that has an indie rock snob attitude to politics, where they'll hold a position until mainstream liberals share it, and then it's no longer cool, so they have to shift to a more niche position. This is getting too popular. I'm gonna have to delete it. You wanna jump up, Miss Rian? Ooh, Miss Rian. You wanna jump up? Oh, let's go. Girl. Ooh, good job. Ooh, so good. Ooh. Democracy at Work, isn't that like a YouTube channel? They also do, I believe, a small amount of advocacy with a specific cooperative group, but it's mostly like an advocacy group, not like a ground activist group. Though the person in question did say they were just donating money. They weren't trying to say they were doing a mass organization. So don't give them too much hate, okay? Don't give the random anonymous person that you will never know who even is probably too much hate. Gender fluid, but for politics. You can't say that. That's no. Would you ever do an influencer boxing match? I'm super out of shape. I've been trying to go to the gym, but I would lose. So unless it's like a femboy or some other like person who intentionally does not exercise, so that I can simply push them over. I would do it if I could go down like instantly and a big amount of proceeds went to charity. I am an effective altruist. Eddie, come here, Eddie. Eddie. Tyrannax says Merrick has fighting experience and training. SDL just smothered an animal on camera. Yeah, sorry, the bed just ate them. You won't be seeing them again. I could probably box Merrick. Even if I just held my arms up, I was just purely defensive, right? I got no punches. None at all. She would get winded within 30 seconds. So I think it's like an automatic win. She'd be on the ground within 2 minutes. Lord and Savior Jar Jar says, once I get a car, I'm going to join a socialist org. I will. The obligatory shill that I would give is, you can just donate to DSA before you have a car. But I do totally get it. I think that the community of meaning that socialist orgs give is really powerful. I totally get it. This is, I would not have expected. So someone says in the replies to John Gans. So John Gans is basically saying there's some lefties who just want to do whatever is they want to be hipsters. They want to do whatever too edgy for the libs. Someone who fits that description says, I'm still waiting on the libs to embrace workplace democracy. And then David fucking Shore. This guy is massive, right? 74,000 followers. This guy leads like actual politics. He was one of the people on Obama. He was like senior admin on Obama's campaign. Obama 08, I believe. He's fucking linking like some progressive being like, I want to give workers a greater, what is this? Greater voice at public companies. Oh my God, the merits of directly electing. This is literally co-determination. Does David Shore consider himself a socialist? My understanding is that he does. Though I think that it's hard. One of the things that's hard is that I think this is a problem that a lot of socialists have, is the more you are dedicated to like real work in the moment, the harder it is to be talking about abstract ideas like socialism, and the more you have to get into the...
Liberal. I love you.
Oh, thank you so much, Tyrannax, for giving Jar Jar, who has the world's longest name, a tier 1 subscription. I really, really appreciate that. I'm not very good at thanking people, so thank you so much. Big thankeroonies. Tammy Baldwin's not just some Dem. Is she like a fairly progressive one? I don't know much about Baldwin. Yeah, no, like co-determination is another example of those non-reformist reforms. It meaningfully empowers workers. Okay, pulling back. So, okay, we've talked about the dumb lefties. Yeah, Eric says that if you're doing positive things on the left and you call yourself a socialist, it's a good for socialism. I think that one of the things that sucks for people is it's very easy when you're in the sort of abstract online space to be like, I'm a socialist and I have all the right positions. But when it comes to like hitting the real world, in which there's very little like real socialist power, it's very hard to be like, I'm upholding all of the correct socialist positions in a society in which only 5% of people are socialist, and I have to win elections, and I have to like win like investment to my local area and whatnot. I think everyone has to do a little bit of David Shore calls it preference falsification or lying. Reality has a reformist bias. Okay, that one's actually true. That's so true. Okay, so we've talked about the People's Party. So given that the People's Party had that rally at DC, it will not surprise you to learn the People's Party is anti-vax. Quote, the Democrats and Republicans had to take away our jobs, our healthcare, our housing, and our freedoms before they could admit that COVID would be endemic. Okay, that's not completely insane. Some have argued from the beginning that we could never have contained COVID. We should acknowledge that it could be endemic. The Democrats and the Republicans had to give billions to big pharma and force vaccine injuries on countless people first. We are ruled by psychopaths. Okay. The People's Party then says, quote, the Pfizer vaccines were never even tested on preventing transmission of COVID. For reference, they do reduce transmission, and most importantly, they enormously reduce the risk that you will get infected and enormously reduce the risk that you will die. I don't think I've actually ever banned someone in chat. Why are you spamming that Twitter link? They then say that the people who, they basically say this company, which produced the vaccine, partook in a monstrous global conspiracy and they belong in history. It does say it's a bot. The vaccines also make you magnetic, which is pretty cool. I love being able to stick to fridges. I just right onto the side. You know, you can actually do that with like trucks. Like if it's like a U-Haul, right, and you're running and you can't catch the bus, just find a U-Haul that's going by, right onto the side. How do I, okay, my ban duration, what's 1,000? Spam. 17 minutes. Okay, I gotta do more than that. Banned for a day? Okay, I gotta do more than that. 4 months. That works. I'm learning. And before Cornel West ran, you know how we just did a segment, for those of you who've been here for more than 30 minutes, you know how we just did a segment on RFK? When RFK announced, they congratulated him, called him a courageous leader whose environmental and vaccine advocacy has illuminated issues that few dare to confront. RFK's anti-vax stuff is like vaccines cause autism, quote unquote, level nonsense. Like, he's not even your candidate. Why are you congratulating him? So they're just anti-vax, right? So, okay, we've got vaccines. Well, maybe they're like a generally progressive party. Here's the number of times. Oh no, I can't do a Twitter search because I'm not logged in. Fuck. Well, what I would have been showing y'all is a long Twitter list of all the times they've mentioned the word woke, which is like 90% to shit on it. For some specific examples, deplatforming, suspending accounts, freezing finances, and woke mob canceling is not where censorship ends, but rather where it begins. If I told you this was from Ted Cruz, you could have believed it, right? Like this is, I'm not a fan of like cancel culture. I've talked about this before. I think the current way that like the left and society approaches cancel culture is inefficient. It's unproductive. However, I almost never fucking talk about it because when you're super fucking mad about it all the time and you're always mad about it from the woke side of things, it's very clear that you're just mad at the left side. You're just mad at woke people. MLK's words were the opposite of woke. Rather, if he were alive today, he'd be stigmatized, smeared, and canceled by the woke mob, says the People's Party. I want you to keep this one in mind because I will bring up later, but Cornel West explicitly considers himself a socialist in MLK's tradition. What would the woke mob have been smearing MLK for? What? Okay, well, maybe they've got some better ideas on cancel culture. Well, here's a deleted tweet, and they had to delete it for a good reason. NPR says, tampons are a necessity for many, but they're becoming harder to find. People who menstruate are saying it's hard to find tampons. The People's Party says, people who menstruate? Seriously? Sounds like NPR wants to cancel women. This is like garden variety transphobia. It's not even like funny transphobia. It's not even good. Comedic transphobia like Jimmy Dore does. It's so much hate in my heart. Now, I will say, based on statements they've made, it's trans day visibility, trans rights, or human rights. They're still probably, like on net, a pro-trans organization, but not more than the Dems are. They're not some super hyper-progressive organization. They're just economic left. That's it. Like, they are literally the, like, class-first approach to politics. And on everything else, they're, like, anti-vax, anti-woke, anti-cancel culture. They're Anna-Kasparian. The Young Turks is probably as progressive as the Movement for a People's Party. That's what fucking sucks. If Mr. Uyghur, if Cenk, why can't letters just be simple? Why can't letters just mean what they say? If Cenk Uyghur, please do not get mad at me for that. If the male prominent host of the Young Turks created a political party, Cenk Uyghur, I'm so bad at this. This is eventually going to get me like second canceled for real. Speak English. It's America, says SDL. I mean, I can't speak English, so I shouldn't be saying that. Chunk yogurt. Okay, that's. I feel like that's got to be like a little bit problematic at least. If Cenk created a political party, it would be about as left as the Movement for a People's Party. That's what's so odd about Cornel West joining up with it. It would be like if Cenk had last year been accused credibly by 2 people of sexual harassment, purged the Young Turks of everyone who had accused him of sexual harassment, then invited Cornel West, and then got his endorsement. And you know what makes it even worse? Cenk has actually won elections. He helped start, with Kyle Kalinske, the Justice Democrats. They've lost, I think, 7 of 8 of their races, but they've still won, I think, like a dozen races. I do not understand what attracted West to this party. I do not fucking get it. You know, Eric mentions Wolf Pack, which I think is like the bipartisan get corporate money out pack. Evan OC says AOC. No, so AOC was a Justice Dem. A lot of like Justice Dem tends to endorse like some of the right side of DSA endorsed. But Justice Dems has a very poor track record, and I think that's because they just don't have the mass membership DSA has. Like the one thing that the left can do, like get people out, because we don't have the money. All we can do is get people out. Evan OC says they're like Working Families Party. I would say they're at least 1,000 times smaller than Working Families Party. Working Families Party gets like $30 million a year and has like regular voters. I'm not trying to demean the Justice Dems. They just aren't a mass organization in the way that WFP or DSA is. They're just smaller. That's it. Yeah, WFP makes a lot of money. WFP makes about 5 times more money than DSA does, but it also runs in more competitive elections, like more centrist elections, and it runs progressives. Not trying to. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay, so the last thing that I wanted to note was a tweet from Annie, who some of you may know as a moderator for Vosh, who pulled up the IRS documents for Movement for a People's Party. So a lot of the People's Party's expenses, I will say in contrast to Annie, are fairly normal. When we pull up the file, a lot of them, because it's all enumerated, a lot of them you've got a bunch of contributors, and then you scroll down. Eventually, you get 2 expenses. And a lot of these are like, hey, Lightstream, we paid $50. We pay $192 so they can process payments. Like 99% of the transactions, completely legitimate. And he highlights that in total, the Movement for a People's Party, which is not raising a lot of money, spent $12,500 for a list, probably a mailing list, so I'll actually give them a little bit of credit for that. They paid Paula Jean swearing when $18.7 thousand. Again, I actually think that's pretty fine. Fundraising is way more expensive than you'd think. And $8.7 thousand to 2 other fundraising consultants. If there's any critique you want to get from this, it's that the Movement for a People's Party, even though it's not corporate, is still very much in the NGO mindset. Instead of just like, let's hire a person, let's bring them into the org, they're a full-time employee, they're hiring consultants, they're doing all the dumb NGO stuff that the Democrats do. Okay, but that's not like a ideological failure. The one that's much funnier is that they spent $35,000 on legal fees. Okay, maybe they're trying to get on the ballot. They spent $2.5 thousand per month in salary to the executive director. Again, not actually probably too insane, except that the executive director isn't fucking doing anything because the political party doesn't fucking exist. That's only $30,000 a year. It's not grifter money, okay? It might be a nice little ka-chink, but he's probably put in more work than he's paid. I'm steel manning these expenses. But the funniest one is that he spent $600 to Ryan Knight. Why? What were you paying him for? I don't know. They were just paying $120 over and over, like that level of money to amped up with Ryan Knight. There's all this, it's just like, it's this tiny party, and all it does is pay consultants for worthless reports that won't do anything because the party doesn't exist, a small amount of money for the executive director, and a small amount of money for their friends. It's like not even a good grift. I want to disagree with Annie about this. Annie is like trying to make this as like a grift thing. This is just like a shitty NGO. This is every NGO that you've ever donated money to. This is what they actually look like on the inside. And that sucks. Like, it's not an effective model. And so I just... Okay. For an idea of, because of the party he picked, what friends Cornel West got? Well, Caleb Maupin, the like open red-brown type, said West good, because Kalinsky and Crystal Ball are saying that he should run in the Democratic primary. Caleb Maupin is super mad at these two. Let's take a listen.
When it comes to Cornel West, I love Cornel West. We had him on Crystal Kyle and Friends.
Yeah, everybody loves Cornel West, and that's why you have to deal with cognitive dissonance, social media being rigged to tell you to hate the People's Party, and them nominating a guy that everyone loves.
He's a hero of mine.
I love the idea that the only reason someone would hate the People's Party, which doesn't fucking exist in any real way, would be because of social media being rigged against them. All they are is social media. But if it's rigged against them, that's like their whole thing. They should give up. They lost then.
He's a
Oh, he's a hero of yours. He's a hero of yours, right? You know, so many people love him. You don't want to attack him, but that's what you're doing. You're smearing his election campaign. You're smearing the party that he chose to run with.
Respect him, yeah.
I mean, for reference, I am criticizing Cornel West. This was a shitty decision. He should not have done it.
We like him. And look at how her face goes down. Look at how Crystal's. Oh, yeah, we like Cornel West. They don't like Cornel West. They don't respect Cornel West. No, they don't respect Cornel West. But they know they're not going to gain any points by attacking someone that progressives love. So, we love him. He's a hero of mine. We're so important in our sunglasses. We're so sexy.
I love how he's really good at going into spaces where like people would disagree with him, and making himself be really likable and really agreeable while not.
Oh, she totally means that. Yes, he does an amazing job. She's looking down with her sunglasses. She hates Cornel West's guts.
Okay. Number one Cornel West fan, the truest Cornel West fan, who will hear no criticism, no even support for Cornel West that doesn't come out positive enough, is Caleb fucking Maupin. L. This is like an actual, if your platform is getting his support, that's an L for you. Don't twitch while thinking about him. Is he at a child's desk? I can't entirely tell what you're saying, but Nico House, who is another like basically Nazbol. Cornel West announces the Vanguard pod, who's on the left. Love you, Dr. West, but with due respect, the Green Party is right there, needs a candidate to get to 5%. Running with the People's Party is unserious and beneath you. And the past, 30 minutes should have made that abundantly clear. The People's Party is not a party, and it has no people. Nico House, who once claimed that the Pentagon had infinite money to spend on social media psyops, which is why Facebook was censoring him, and is a strongly pro-Russia conservative at this point.
Wake up, liberal. I love you.
I gotta turn off those follows. Fucking driving me insane. Says, you're new to this. Let me explain to you as a person who's got some time in. Green Party at the top is corrupt. In some cases, more corrupt than the Democratic Party. It has a history of undermining black presidential candidates in their party. The tickets. They had Stein and a Jammu Baraka. Literally every election they've had since I think Nader, there has been, I guess maybe 2012 with Cherry Hunkala, who might be indigenous. But I forget. Just the Green Party is like, you remember Cynthia McKinney? Yeah, I believe she used to be a Dem legislator, and then she left to run the Green Party and did terribly, unfortunately. Probably partly due to racism, but Also because the Green Party is a joke too. At least they're a joke that runs elections, but we'll get to that in a minute. Okay, so Nico House's whole thing is like the left the plantation type grift is the thing he's moving towards. It's the same thing that Candace Owens does. Like, the establishment hates you, the Democratic Party is super corrupt, you can't trust anything, you can't trust the media. He's slowly pivoting towards the Candace Owens type of thing. That's why this rhetoric is coming out. So, anti-establishment brain has Nina Turner saying, elevate this thing, Dr. West. It's... I just want people, before they're like, wow, this random new party is totally cool and I should support it, to just Google it. EmboMan13 says, third parties in general are a waste and a half. There's a reason why Dems fund Libertarians, Republicans fund Greens. Well, so I wanted to get to that, right? Earlier, we talked about the no labels trying to run a third party, and they're trying to do that to bleed off Democratic votes. The Green Party, to some degree, I'm sure, is funded by Republicans. That, like, I know that in a few states, the Green Party, so the Dems sue to get the Greens kicked off the ballot, and the Republicans fund the Greens' defense lawyers to keep them on the ballot. It is very clear who wins and who loses, right? Like everyone knows. But that said, I think that the evidence of spoilers from the Green Party is usually smaller than you'd expect. A lot of people who vote Green Party would not have voted Dem. I don't have an exact percentage, but it's not like, hey, 5% of the population voted Green. They should have, all of them would have voted Dem if there wasn't an option instead. A lot of it is protest voters who would not have voted Dem otherwise. Tiernax said, I've stayed following Turner and she's mostly sane. I like her. I just hope she leaves the do you mean MPP or TPP? Gary Johnson 2016. So again, the problem with the Libertarian Party vote, it's the same thing for Republicans. A lot of people who vote Libertarian fucking hate Republicans. Some of them would have voted Republican if the Libertarian wasn't on the ballot. But it's not going to be like 100%. It's going to be like less than 50, less than 30. So I do want to be clear. The spoiler effects of Greens are not, a lot of Dems will like to throw a shit ton of shade on the Greens. They'll be like, you cost us this election, this election, this election, this election. The stats are that the Greens probably have cost Dems some elections, but it's like 5 times fewer, 10 times fewer than the Dems think. Okay, so we've got some ringing endorsements from Nina Turner, who just seems to be doing it for dumb anti-establishment reasons, and that sucks, because I agree with Tyrannex that Nina Turner is like 99% sane, right? And it just sucks that, like, it seems like the anti-establishment brain comes out every so often and makes people be like, wow, you're finally standing up to the Dems on a complete joke of party I haven't bothered Googling. Evan OC says the Greens legitimately did make the Dems lose 2000. Oh yeah, absolutely. But I do want to be clear, Evan, if there were also 3 socialist third parties in that election, I think actually 4 if you include the communists. If any of them hadn't gotten ballots in Florida and all of their votes had instead gone to the Dem, they would have won. The election, the margin was so thin that any leftist third party that even like 5% of voters would have voted Dem instead would have won. So I think that one of the other things that people like to bring up, and I do think there's truth to this, is that Dems can run better campaigns. Gore was a neolib who was running to the centrist, and it didn't inspire people. And I think that, you know, we can also just win by having better policy. We shouldn't have to rely on scraping the barrel of every protest voter and forcing them to vote for us. I would prefer they do. It's why I advocate for it all the time. But that's not a thing we can rely on, nor is it like just giving due defense. Like, a lot of third-party voters genuinely think they're like super principled by standing up to the process. But no, they're just throwing their vote away, right? It shouldn't have been close, is the argument. Like, I agree, Embo Man. Now, of course, strategically, if you're an informed leftist and you tell people to vote third party, I think that you are completely misinforming your viewers, right? I think that you are acting poorly strategically. Unless you're like in a solid blue state, in solid blue elections, do not vote third party. It is that simple. You are wasting your ballot. It is identical to tossing your ballot in the recycling. Yeah, Tyrannox is right. Gore winning is a legitimate turn of history thing. Gore came out against the Iraq invasion. You might literally not have had ISIS in a Gore world. So it's one of the reasons that I don't tell people to vote for third party, and I constantly tell them to vote the other way, because politics fucking matters, even if it's just the difference between a centrist fucking Dem and a center-right fucking Republican. Okay, so I've gone through that list. Last one would be Ryan Knight. Of course, Cornel West saw what the Democrats did to Bernie and is running for president as a third-party candidate. I think this is a good jumping-off point to third parties in general. I will do a brief bit on West, and then we'll move to third parties in general, because this sentiment that, like, hey, Bernie got screwed in the primary, that's why we shouldn't work in the Democrats, is the epitome of, like, to me, not the solution focus, the consequence focus politics, but the politics of purity, the politics of grievance, essentially. It's that the Democrats fucked us over. Of course, they're like a center-left, they're a coalition of center-left to, like, centrist types. Of course, they're going to fuck over, like, the left, the sock Dems. Like, the majority of them disagree with us. That's power, right? That's what happens. But the solution to that, unfortunately, in our system, is not run as a third party to their left. You lose, and I'll talk about that in a minute. You lose, and you don't shift politics left. Sometimes you spoil the election and make the leftmost option lose, which means that your goals are actually, like, hindered. And you don't even move people left by running third party. Like, it's... Bernie did more by running in the Democratic primary to advance leftism than every single Green Party campaign, except possibly Nader. And Nader made Gore lose, you could argue, by being such a good candidate. So even if he moved the populist left, he also helped elect someone who invaded a fucking country. So I just... Okay, last thing. I have to do a little bit defense of Mr. West, Mr. Cornel West. He might actually be a father or a doctor. I think he's a theologian degree. Okay. Pulling up a bunch of tweets. I have seen people, a whole bunch of people, as you can see by the quote tweets on this, who, upon learning that Cornel West was running for a shitty party, decide that he must not have been a true socialist, because one of the impulses that people have is any socialist who does bad things must not be a true socialist. No, socialists can be fucking morons too, okay? It's our human right. Everyone gets to be a moron sometimes. Isn't he a professor and gives lectures? Yeah, no, he gave, I listened to, I think, 2 or 3 episodes of his lecture on W.E.B. Du Bois. It's not pronounced like it should be. And yeah, no, he does lectures. So people saw this, a lot of people saw this, and they were like, he must be a fake socialist. And so they went through and they found any tweet of his they could that was conservative. One of these was, quote, Ronald Reagan was a freedom fighter in terms of supporting our Jewish brothers and sisters in the Soviet Union and opposing a vicious form of communism. And so Vosh, for example, replied and was like, guess it was never real after all. You get a bunch of people saying shit like this. Do you still believe this, Cornel West? You get a bunch of Leninists super mad. I think that what y'all need to understand is that West has always defined himself in the tradition of MLK's socialism, where MLK defined himself as opposed to communism, like actively opposed to communism, which he saw as anti-democratic, and also strongly pro-socialism and anti-US imperialism. Tyrannox says that post is from 2011. Yeah, the people getting mad about this is another example of stupid, shitty cancel culture. I do not care what Cornel West said in 2011, unless it's like still indicative of his views, right? I care about the present. You cannot change the past. Okay, but I wanted to point out he's like a socialist. So just an idea, he has been promoting Richard Wolff since 2012. Socialist economist Richard Wolff joins us on the radio show with an alternative perspective on the Great Recession. In 2020, he's still promoting Richard Wolff. My dear brother Richard Wolff is the leading socialist economy in the country, promoting him, using his huge platform to lift him up. 2020, salute my fellow democratic socialists at Jacobin magazine, where he did an interview saying that Bernie was crushed by neoliberalism. And, to make it as explicit as humanly fucking possible, Bernie and I, like MLK Jr., are democratic socialists, not Soviet communists. Of course, he's going to say bad things about Soviet communism. That's like That's part of the. That's the mantle that he's inheriting. So I just, this is a socialist. It sucks to see people be like, this must not be a real socialist because he shot on the Soviet Union once and praised Reagan. Okay, praising Reagan fucking sucks. Shitting on the Soviet Union, I can easily think I do that. Tiernax says that's early to be promoting Wolf. Yeah, Democracy for Work was only founded in 2014. He was promoting Wolf before he got mainstream. He wasn't trying to get clout from Wolf. He was trying to lift Wolf up, right? I think it's important to remember that a lot of these people that I'm critiquing, with exception of like the red brown types of the pure, there are some pure grifters, but like 99% of the people that I'm critiquing in online leftist spaces are genuine socialists, do genuinely want a lot of the same goals. They just have incredibly bad tactics, in my view. Jar Jar says shitting on the USSR is pretty based. Especially if you're shitting on the authoritarianism, which is what he's doing here, that's like the thing that's okay to do. Like the most okay thing to be shitting on it about. For an example that I actually thought was actually bad, would be this one. You saw that Bill Maher clip where he went on and it was like, oh, there's no real choice between neo-lib Biden and neo-fascist Trump. Yeah, that's an easy choice. I'll take the neo-lib. Brother Bernie and Brother Trump are authentic human beings in stark contrast to their donor-driven opponents. This, bring it all the way back to the beginning of this segment, this is the epitome of vibes-based politics. I do not care that you feel like Donald Trump is a real human being. I know it's from 2015, but remember, this is when Bernie first got out and Trump first got out. This is his initial reactions to seeing Donald Trump and Bernie get on stage. I do think that actually has some value, because it shows that he isn't like, wow, Donald Trump is a candidate. I will now Google his name and see what he thinks about policy. It's, wow, this man seems like a real man. Okay, he's a real fucking asshole. Trump had been on record as being like a birther, like a denier that Obama was born in American soil. Trump had been on record saying he opposes any minimum wage. It wasn't hard to find these things in 2015. I just wish that there were people who were... You can have your vibes, but just please Google people and change your vibes according to the things they actually believe. Lord Jar Jar says, yeah, he's a fake human. He's a lizard in human skin. I think one of the things to understand is that Trump is insane, but he's also a great salesperson. One of the things that you should ask Jar Jar, you should ask Mayor about this, because Mayor has dated Mayor has dated, I think, 2 or 3 people in sales. And the thing that you learn very quickly is that like being able to be personable, being able to be someone that everyone relates to is like a learned skill. It's literally something, it's the whole point of sales. That's my name, John. You're a fucking liar. Trump is like, his thing isn't actually building things, it's selling things. He is a salesperson. Salespeople, their whole job is to make you like them. Of course you think this is a real man who's right up my alley. That's his fucking job. That's what he does. So, this, I think, is an actual indicator of like the bad orientation of like vibes-based leftism. Do not like candidates because they feel like real humans. Donald Trump, could he get his way, would gut your Medicare. Okay, so today, in some slightly good news, West announced that he was switching from the People's Party to the Green Party.
About your presidential... I wanted to
Sorry,
ask
yesterday.
You, of course, about your presidential run. And there's some exciting news, I believe. So last week, Chris Hedges, friend of the show, Chris Hedges, said during an event for Workers' Strike Back, which was organized by Kshama Sawant, he said that he wanted you to run as a Green Party candidate. And you, of course, when you announced you were with the Movement for the People's Party, the MPP. Do you have an update about this?
Oh, yes. No, that process is very much in movement, and I look forward to it. You know, I'll always have gratitude for the tremendous work of the volunteers of the People's Party and so forth. But there was so
The tremendous work of what? Yeah, Chris Hedges, one of the examples is he was also one of the people supporting the People's Party, right? It really sucks. I swear to God, it's something about anti-establishment brain, and something about, like, I want to call it anti-brain, when you are more opposed to something than in love with socialism. The volunteers, the great work the volunteers have done at the People's Party, they haven't done any work, and it hasn't been great. I know that's very dismissive, but, like, whatever work they did didn't lead to any concrete power gain. Zero. Like,
so much going on internally, and therefore we had to be able to keep the focus where it belongs. And so I am still deeply committed to a broad coalitional sensibility and a united front. And so I invite a variety of different organizations, and that includes the People's Party, but I'm certainly moving in the, not just toward, but want to look forward to being a part of the nomination process of the Green Party. And I look forward to being able to already be in very rich conversation with my dear brother Barack and my dear sister Stein, Sister Jill, and brother Ajamu, who I have great love and respect for. So that's true. That is new. And which means when it comes to infrastructure and institution, it's much broader and deeper. Access to the ballot, much broader.
for an idea of how much broader the Green Party is than the People's Party on access to the ballot, remember, Wiki, people, we can do a little scrolling down. Ballot access. So yeah, the Green Party does have more ballot access than the People's Party. The great work of the volunteers of the People's Party, by the way. Here's how the MPP responded. Cornel West has announced a switch to the Green Party, folding to social media and family pressure. It's interesting they mentioned family. I don't know what that means, but hopefully it's them being like, hey, I Googled this party. Bad look. Oh shit, did that not mute? I'm sorry. To start, People's Party isn't officially a political party. It is a political party. I will say it is registered. I did mute. Okay, good. So they're not mad at all. This is the only tweet they've posted since he, on June 12th, when he was starting to move in that direction. The man the system doesn't want to see succeed is the man that needs to succeed, says Nick Brana, who's the guy who runs this account, talking about Nick Brana. And again, circling all the way back, he's supporting himself because, quote, Nick Brana was the sole reason that the biggest anti-war protest in years happened. Remember, that's the anti-war protest I showed at the start with the Pinochet libertarians, with the genuine red fash, with the Nazbuls. And it had 300 to 400 people. If that's the biggest anti-war protest in years, the anti-war movement is dead in this country. Like, we lost then. Does anyone know anything about the Forward Party? I do not know what their plans are. If Yang is, in fact, astroturfed by centrists, they'll probably merge into no labels. If it genuinely is like a belief of Yang that you need like a sort of center-left party, then we might see them run again. But I think he got fucking trounced in the run for mayor, so that might have his tail between his legs. The run for New York mayor. No labels. Forward People's Green Party. It'll be Cornel West and Kirsten Sinema. The ideal ticket. Tiernock says, I think the anti-war movement is dead, and Ukraine showed that pretty clearly. It's too electorally weak, and a lot of the leadership, like the current leadership, are fucking insane. It does really suck that basically, I think it's because there isn't enough independent socialist, like, left power in this country that what happens is people who are attracted to real power have to end up joining the Dems, whether it's through the DSA and they try and maintain some independent socialist power, or what. Like, people who want real power have to join the Dems, and that pulls you right? It pulls you right both because it's the people you talk with, like contact theory. You're literally talking to centrists all day. Of course, it changes your politics, of course. But it also pulls you right because it puts you in network with so many lobbyists, so much money. There's so many incentives. Whereas people who are super focused on purity stay so far away from power that it only interests people who are focused on purity over power. And that gets you people who are just anti-anything. In turn, that means that you get people who are fucking nuts, right? So I think it's this sort of problem that, like, we need to reach a critical mass. And then maybe we can finally get a movement where, like, 9 in 10 genuine, like, socialist leaders aren't fucking insane. I don't know. I'm coughing and laughing at the same time and sound like a cat with a hairball. What happened, dog? Oh, at the no labels party? That's fair. Okay. So, I wanted to use the end bit of this, and I don't know whether this will be all in one segment, because it will be a pretty long one if I cut it out. Embo Man talks about something I agree with. They say, you need cooperation with Dems to manufacture a climate where socialists can stand alone. Yes, absolutely yes. What I've talked about before is that I think the long-term path for socialist power in this country looks like it looks like either a slow shift left of the Democratic Party to the degree that socialists can run freely and that they have sufficient control over the center of the party that's not an issue. That's one option, is like a sort of sock Dem party. I don't have a lot of faith in that. I think that there's a lot of corporate money, there's a lot of like institutional power that's in the center of the Democratic Party. But it's possible, crazier things have happened. They happen all the time. The other option, I think, it looks something like joining the Dems, very aggressively pushing for voting reform, especially proportional ranked choice voting, PRCV, which is a basically normal RCV. You still have one person elected to each seat, and that results in still very few third parties winning. What they do in Maine, so Maine does normal ranked choice vote. They do one person ranked choice vote. Proportional ranked choice vote is, what if we pool all of Maine's seats into like a 3-person seat, and then you do ranked choice voting, and so then the top 3 candidates win. That does a lot better for third parties. So to give you an idea, in Australia, they have 1-seat ranked choice vote in virtually all elections. And third parties there only represent about 5% of seats in Congress. That's way better than in the USA. Like, that's 5% more, basically, than in the USA. But that's 5% across, like, the center, the right, the left, and other loonies. Like genuine, just insane random parties with, like, 1 seat. Wouldn't PRCV, so just to explain, PRCV, instead of that, because it has multiple seats, it tends to mean that you don't just need, to put it another way, to win as a third-party voter in 1-seat RCV, you still need to be getting at least 1/3 of the vote. As you need to be you need to be so preferred that more than a third of the population is picking you, and that you are the second pick of, like, the other third of the population, so to speak. But PRCV doesn't mean that you need to be that high level. It just means you need to be one of the top X many candidates. So in a state like Maryland, which elects 8 representatives to the Congress, all you'd need to do to get a seat is be one of the top 8 candidates. To put it another way, in ranked choice vote, your vote is no longer strategic. The term for voting where it really, really matters that you vote for the best option and otherwise you're throwing your vote away, that's strategic voting. So first past the post, that's the system we have, is very strategic. Basically, if you're leftist and you don't vote Dem, you're probably throwing your vote away. If you're in like a super blue state and you're voting for a third party, you're throwing your vote away, but intentionally. But in ranked choice vote, you're never throwing your vote away, but you still need to get someone who has 50% support. in proportional ranked choice voting, you don't need to be getting 50% support anymore. You just need to be, again, one of the top 10 candidates. That's very different. That empowers third parties quite a bit more. Naively, if we just say Australia times 2, that's 10%. That matters actually quite a bit. It means there would be a genuine socialist third party, probably at around like 2.5% of seats in Congress. That would fucking matter, right? That actually does make a difference. For reference, socialists currently have about 1% of seats in Congress, but it's all in the Democratic Party. And then Embo Man is asking me about my preferred system. I prefer ranked choice proportional representation, which means that you vote for a party, you rank your favorite parties, and they get exactly that percent of seats in the legislature. Just to give you like, I bet Wikipedia has a nice graphic for this. Let me pull it up. I should have pulled up a video on PRCV. Why am I just ranting at you? I should be doing more React content. Proportional representation is very simple. Wikipedia has this table here which explains it. Let's say party A gets 43% of the votes, and there's 200 seats. Well, that means they get 44% of the seats. And you're doing a little bit of rounding with all of these, but you're getting basically 1-to-1. This is my favorite system. If you add in ranked choice vote and a like a 5% margin, because you don't want all these tiny worthless parties that everyone like will never know about. You want to force people into relatively big parties to form coalitions, make coalition building easy. But you also want people to be able to vote for their favorite tiny shitty party, and that vote get transferred to a good party. This is good. You're a great teacher when rambling. Thank you. That actually means a lot to me. But also, I feel like that's completely wrong. You should be talking about socialism with me, Econoboy. I'd be happy to talk with you sometime. I haven't been doing a lot of economic research in quite some time, actually, so you'll probably school me. But Embo Man says, you need to start with ranked choice before you can do stuff that require overhauls of the House. So because of how the Constitution is set up, you could actually do proportional ranked choice vote at the state level. The Constitution gives quite a bit of control over how you do voting to the states. Or at least so goes the legal argument. You know, it would probably get Constitution. It might get Constitution struck down. My understanding is that you could do PRCV at the state level, and especially important for socialists, you could do PRCV at the city level. That one's really, really important. Rather than having a district where your city councilor is elected, you would just vote for the whole city council. Or maybe like a fifth of the city council. So Chicago's city council is 50 seats. Maybe you divide that into 10 districts and you vote for 10 people. That seems like a fairly reasonable number of people to rank. And that means that the top 10 get elected. And so that tends to benefit socialists. That tends to benefit third parties. So the path is probably first electoral change, and the only group that seems to be willing to do that is like Democrats, basically. So for one, we've got to go with Dems because they're leftmost option, and two, they're the only chance at like electoral reform. We're stuck, right? That's like the option. Okay. But then step 2 is probably like, I don't know, trying to aim for by 2050, we're built like, I don't know, if DSA by 2050 is like 1 million people large, 10 times larger than it, sorry, not 10 times, 100 times larger than it is today. Is that 100? No, 10 times larger than it is today, which would be monumental. That would be an enormous DSA. If DSA were 10 times larger, and if socialists represented some decent chunk of Congress, it might be possible, especially if we've won those reforms in a lot of the country, to split from the Democrats. I like to call this the slow, dirty break, where in intra-DSA disputes, the dirty break usually means I want in the next 5-10 years, I want to split from the Dems. Whereas what I'm talking about is so slow that I might die, right? I might die before the DSA would split from the Democrats. Given, standard life expectancy in the United States, there's like a 1 in 5 chance I die before the 2050 goal would be reached. Not 2050, it's only 30 years. Okay, never mind, I take that back. I'm fucking wrong. Lying. Yeah, I'd be dying from breathing in all the pollution, from all the fucking fires from global warming. That's true. Thank you, Samiostatic. Okay, the point is, I think the only route to like genuine, independent, both progressive and socialist power, I think one of the other things that socialists probably would need to get comfortable with is socialists are not going to be a big enough chunk to run an independent party, even under something like PRCV, unless we want to go the purist route. Probably the best option looks something like the Dems start being like the center-left to center party, and then progressives and socialists run as the left to center-left party. Why do I prefer STV to MMP? I support proportional representation. This is my favorite. The only thing I want on this is, for those who aren't aware, the only addition I would make to this, so PR, the only additions I would make are, one, I want to have a fairly high margin you have to clear, like 5%, so that the only parties you get are fairly big, which will encourage stable coalitions and good coalition building, is the argument. And two, ranked choice votes. So if your party doesn't get in, you will distribute your votes to the next favorite party. That's it. Fair vote usually calls STV proportional ranked choice voting. Yes, I call it that because STV, or single transferable vote, sounds incomprehensible, but proportional ranked choice voting at least gets you ranked choice voting, which most Americans know nowadays. Yeah, fair votes, like the reform that fair vote wants is PRCV, and DSA should support that completely. STV is not a proportional voting system. It is a pseudo-proportional voting system. The DSA sucks, okay? Sorry, not the DSA. The USA sucks. It's like the best thing we can do short of like a constitutional reform. That's why. SDL mask off says DSA sucks. Right the first time. So true, Tiernax. So true. List PR might be better than STV. Okay, dog, do not have a voting system dispute in my chat. I'm emailing the DSA that clip. No. Okay. That was a completely aside ramble. Moving back to the third party stuff. Okay. One of my dumb autistic projects that never fucking ends is making up lists of election results for third parties that are socialist or progressive. I want all of y'all that are in my site chat and in YouTube chat, because I am reading YouTube chat. Just site chat is the active one now. Post your number of predictions for a number of current electeds for every socialist party that I've been able to look at. How many electeds does every socialist party in the country have? Just give a number. 1, 10, 100? Any level of government. $406, extremely specific. Jar Jar says 3, Shoei says 2, Econoboy says 1, Tiernax says 40. I'll announce at the end. We're going to go through them real quick. Here is Socialist Alternative, which has recently basically decided to try and move towards joining the DSA, and has elected 0 people in state congresses. I'm sorry, 0 people for federal Congress. Wait, is this just the wrong one? Wait, 1 minute. Am I going insane? Yeah, no, this is just the wrong fucking table. 1 minute. Oh my god, God, getting cucked by Wikipedia because of misinformation. Wow, that's crazy. That misleading table was... Oh my god, it's still fucking there. I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, so ignore this table. This table should not exist. Okay, there we go. I'll just cut to here. So, Socialist Alternative has never run for federal congressional elections. They have run in local and state legislative elections. You know what? There must be a correct history here. Yeah, I fucked it up. Okay. Try 3. SDL asks us to ignore the truth. Okay. Try 3. Socialist Alternative has never run a presidential candidate, which is good. They don't have the resources to do it. They've also never run a federal congressional candidate. They've never run a U.S. Congress candidate. Also probably good. In state elections, they have run twice and lost twice. They have 0 wins. In local elections, meaning city council elections, they've run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. They have won 4 times with one candidate, Shama Sawant. And, to add insult to injury, it is a nominally nonpartisan election. Now, the people on the Seattle City Council make their partisan leanings extremely clear, so she made extremely clear that she was a socialist alternative candidate. And she won with 50.9% of the vote, 56, 52, and then in a recall election, after she joined the DSA and asked us to support her in her recall election, she won by 50.4% of the vote. So I just want you to keep this in your mind. Socialist Alternative has won 1 candidate, and all of their wins are by less than 6%. I guess I should say less than 7%. It's hard out there. Okay, well that's only one party. There's lots more, right? Well, the Party for Socialism and Liberation has of course lost all of their federal presidential elections, and they've lost all of their congressional elections. That barely worth mention. Well, what about state legislature elections? They've won, what's that, 10 times? Sorry, they've run 10 times. They have lost 10 times. And in local elections, they have lost every single one. Well, that's just 2. Let's try 3. What about the Socialist Equality Party? They've lost every presidential election, of course. They've also lost every congressional election, but that's federal. You know, of course they're losing. They're just doing that for publicity so that they can win their lower elections, like all of the state elections they have lost and all of the local elections they have lost. What about Socialist Action? They've lost every federal and every local election, with the exception of one, Adam Richter, who won a board of supervisors, basically like city council for like a non-city, because he was in an uncontested election. And he won 42 votes. Okay, so now we have 2 candidates who have won. Shama Sawant, genuinely inspirational win. Adam Richter, who won an uncontested election with 42 votes. There are 25 viewers on this stream. I have as many like parasocial viewers as this man got voters, give or take. What about the Freedom Socialist Party? I'm going to keep doing this. They've lost their federal presidential elections, they've lost their congressional elections, and they've also lost every state legislature election. All 5 of them. Okay, what about the Workers' World Party? Well, the WWP, as far as I'm aware, hasn't been doing a lot of lower level elections. They've only been running federal presidential elections, all of which have gotten fewer than 30,000 votes. Okay, what about the Socialist Workers' Party, the biggest Trotskyist party? Well, they've run a presidential election since 1948. Their max was 90,000 votes, and their average in recent years is about 7,000 votes. And there's one more. There's the Working Class Party, which is founded by Trotskyists in Michigan. They have run in congressional elections 23 times. Their highest vote percentage was 11.3. Their average is about 2. And to add insult to injury, I think it's the 10th. In every election, they did really, really badly. In 2020, there was a actually close race between a Republican and a Democrat. The Republican got 48.8. The Democrat got 48.3. So 0.5 percentage points lower. The Working Class Party got 1.8. If even 1/3 of those voters had voted Dem, there would be one more Dem in the House. So we have, as a tally, 23 losses and 1 Republican win. Assuming even 1/3 of those voters would have been Dem voters. Now, I do want to note, a lot of people who are going to vote for a Working Class Party might not have ever been Dem voters. Maybe it's only 1/5, right? Maybe this Dem was going to lose anyway. I tried and looked up. This person seems to have been fairly bad at campaigning. Not a lot of information about them online, right? Maybe Dems should just run better campaigns. But this is like, as Jar Jar says, this is literally the meme of like, I'm going to vote for a socialist third party. You could have made the Dem win. I know that they're not great, but they gotta be better than this guy. This guy, a Trump-endorsed Republican. So, for those of you keeping tally, my number is 2. 2 ever, by the way. Not 2 currently. 2 ever. And if you want to include the Green Party, it doesn't get much better. Showy guessed right. That's right, you won. Now, it's possible I've overlooked some local elections, but let's say I'm off by like 10 times. If it was 20 people, would that have been worth all of this? The Green Party has won 1 election for state legislatures. This list is 8 long, but 7 of 8 of these were converts to the Green Party. They changed party representation. They won as Dems, and then they became Greens, and then a lot of times they immediately lost. So we have 1 win on the Green Party ballot. Ever. That guy's not he's not in the main state legislature anymore. In fact, not a single Green state legislator, as far as I'm aware, is in office. And as far as I'm aware, there's 3 mayors who are Green that are in office. This is a party that gets like 2-3% of the vote nationally. And what are the results? What concrete results are they getting? Some of the like really bad numbers. To give you an idea, I really want to show like this push it into people's faces, because like the difference is enormous. There are more DSA member, not just endorsed, but DSA member state legislators currently in office than there are Green Party state representatives who have ever held office. And it's been 5 years? It's like the Green Party, for those who don't know, was founded in 1996. This is the result of 25 years. Evan OC does point out not all of these are DSA endorsed. That's true. I should note, DSA member does not necessarily mean DSA endorsed. It probably works out to roughly the same number if you want to like uninclude the non-endorsed, but then also include the endorsed but not members. Uh-oh, Akana Boy's owning me. Robin Wonsley. Have I been fact-checked? Oh, this is a DSA member, right? Why are you linking this? Oh, this person beat a 14-year Green incumbent. That kind of sucks. I mean, so the thing is, like, I'm not like, wow, let's kick those Greens out of government. I'm glad they're there, right? They're generally gonna be left of the Dems that they might have replaced, right? That is totally good. It's just about the efficiency of it all, right? It's how many votes were wasted for Greens? How many? It's not clear that. I need to do a blog post on this, but let's look at a concrete example, right? One second. this is the list of socialist alternative wins, right? And they've won one candidate. They've won one election every 2 years. And it's been really hard fought, right? I think it's a worthwhile fight, and I'm glad they won it. But to give you an idea on the money, Socialist Alternative has not including election donations and stuff like that. Socialist Alternative, as an organization, gets $600,000 of donations every year, give or take. It's a decent chunk of money. It's $500,000. It's something like 10 times what the Movement for a People's Party makes, right? Maybe 5 times. It's a decent chunk of money, and they have done something with it, right? Unlike People's Party, this is not a grift. They are putting it towards real ends. But this list of DSA, and these are all the wins, right? These aren't the elections. These are the wins. This, at the national level, again, in neither case including election donations, this all cost about $6 million. So, one election win per year, $600,000 on a third-party ballot. 25, 50 wins, 100 wins a year for $6 million. It's an efficiency thing. Like, if someone gave you $1 billion and asked you to jumpstart the socialist movement in this country, could you get a socialist third party to win candidates? Yes. But the argument I'd give is you'd probably win maybe 50 times, 25 times less than if you did the inside-outside realignment strategy that the DSA did. It's just socialists do not have enough power to be frittering away all of our money, all of our time, all of our volunteering on campaigns that are going to lose. I can see SDL starting to lose his mind. Yeah, you have actually watched. Oh God, what is it? Let me see if I can find the meme. God damn it! There was a meme that I was trying to find, which is like encyclopedias. It's like encyclopedias in the 1600s, composed entirely by obsessive and possibly insane people with a need for comprehensive archiving. And then in like the middle of the IQ curve, you've got Encyclopedia Britannica, which is like composed by professional writers being paid for their excellent historical work. And then on the other end, you've got Wikipedia. And Wikipedia is composed by obsessive, probably insane editors with an obsessive need for organization. That's me. I have been streaming for 6 hours. Well, fortunately, I started insane, so we can only go downhill from here. Chameleon Pen says, I get the silliness of West not running with DSA. I don't know that West could ever have run. I mean, I would have wished that he ran with DSA. I would have wished that he ran a Democratic primary. I do think it's a legitimate concern. And this is, I had a debate the other day that the Dems don't seem open to running a primary. They don't seem open to having debates. They don't seem open to having, basically a real primary process. And by law, they still have to do the votes. They still have to do the delegate elections. But without real... Basically, if the Dem leaders don't buy in, no serious candidates are going to get into the race that have a serious chance of confronting Biden. And all you're going to get are people like Marianne Williamson and RFK, who are attempting to use their entrance into the race to get publicity. For Marianne Williamson, I'm completely in favor. Every time she goes on any channel to be like, yeah, I'm running against the Dems, and Biden's really screwing me over. Also, you know who's really screwing the American people? Capitalism. Let's talk about some policies that can fix that. That's great. I love that. That is like the ideal for protest candidate, essentially. RFK is a fucking anti-vax eco-fash, so he should simply cease to speak. But yeah, without a real primary, I can get why someone like West, who has enough influence that he shouldn't just have to be a protest candidate, right? He should at least be able to run, to have a debate. I don't know that he'd do well in it because I think he's too vibes-based, but I would like him to be able to get a national platform, a real national platform where Dems are genuinely considering options. And that's not happening. So I get the frustration, right? really strongly oppose socialists who think that you should run third party. I so strongly oppose that as a tactic. But emotionally, I get it, right? I get that it feels like Dems are shutting down any chance for like a left critique of Biden in the primaries. It really can feel like you're locked out of like your party for a lot of people who only feel marginally associated with the Dems overall. So I get it, right? I get why West doesn't want to do it. But I also feel like it's the wrong choice, that as socialists, your option should never be, I'm picking this because it makes me feel good. It should be, I'm picking this because it's the way to maximize my political power. There's a reason that evangelicals turn their nose up and vote for the rightmost candidate, no matter what insane scandal that guy has done. You know, evangelicals are fucking voting for people who've endorsed, like, rape. They've endorsed, like what was it, Todd Aiken or whatever? The guy who said that if a woman gets raped, that the body has a way of sorting it out. Evangelicals voted for that guy in droves. Like a deeply, deeply anti-biblical person. But they want power. And I think that, unfortunately, because socialism has been so on the fringes for so long, it has attracted a lot of people who are not completely interested in building power. Roy Moore is another example. Actually, Donald Trump is a perfect example. Evangelicals came out in droves for Donald Trump, a thrice married philanderer who ran like a almost softcore type show, who is known for like amassing greed and talking about how much he loves his greed, right? Like he is a deeply unbiblical person, but they want power. Yeah, Tyrannox says they know it's an advancement of their political agenda. It's what they care about. I think that one of the things that sucks about being on a movement that is like still emerging from the fringe, the way I'd put it is we are still emerging. We're walking out of the political wilderness. We are becoming a real force to be reckoned with. Actually, Evan OC mentioned this earlier, and now's a good example to mention it. Main rent control DSA. DSA is becoming enough of like a mainstream thing that in Maine, the landlord associations that are trying to defeat the rent control bill that's currently on the books in Maine are running explicitly against DSA. To read the signs, for those who are just listening, there's one which is pro-rent control. It says, vote no on A, keep tenant protections. Okay, love that. What does the landlord one say? It says, yes on A, defeat DSA. For those in the audience who are wondering, the rent control side won by 66%. So, defeat DSA fucking flopped. Hello, Miss Eddie. Hello, Miss Eddie. Miss Perfect Baby Eddie. The Tyrannox says getting bent, you parasitic fucks. Yeah, I mean, and for an idea on the rent control here, we're not even talking about anything that insane. It's just it's a cap on how much rent can go up by in vacant apartments at, I think, like 5% or something. And, you know, I can understand why in a year of very high inflation, landlords might not like that, but it's not even some like super radical rent control. It's literally just a price raise cap. So I do think this is a sign. Stuff like this does a lot to lift my spirits. Seeing landlords feel so threatened by DSA that they are putting up, this isn't just the one sign, there are like a dozen of these that are specifically saying like defeat DSA. The fact that like landlords, that people opposed to rent control are so worried about DSA, they're putting up signs about us, that feels good. And then what feels even better is that they red baited rent control. They associated the DSA with it, and it fucking won. And I think that's a sign that a lot of the red baiting is going to fall apart. In turn, that's us walking out of the political wilderness. We are increasingly not just like, we're not the radical fringe. We're not left of everything mainstream. We are the left of the mainstream. and that's a real substantive difference. And it means that a different type of leader is needed. Someone who wants to stay on the fringe is just someone who talks. I'm a talker. I can do that. I could be on the fringe forever. But I think that being part of holding power needs a different type of leader. And I think one of the things that sucks is that I think a lot of leaders that the socialist movement attracted in the 1980 to 2010 period is people who thrived in being left of everything, who thrived of being anti-everything, being anti-establishment. And you see that in that 1 and 2 Bernie staffers who were drawn from the core of people who were raised in that tradition, right? 1 and 2 Bernie staffers went fucking insane after Bernie lost. I'm not trying to catastrophize this too much, but Nina Turner, Bernie staffer, Brianna Joy Gray, Bernie staffer. You go down the list of a lot of people who are weird anti-establishment brain. They were sane during the Bernie campaign and then got anti-establishment broken. And I get it, right? Bernie got fucked by the primary. I get why that could break people. But the fact that it can is a sign that we recruited the wrong leaders, right? It's a sign that the movement hadn't yet been built. And I think that the movement we're building now, I'm hoping, is different. I'm really, really hoping. Because, earlier in the stream, we talked about how Republican, Ted Cruz felt the need to argue why it's wrong to kill gay people. There are fascist groups actively working to foment up riots, to foment up violence, to try and get their policy agenda through. I think we are living through simultaneously one of the periods of the strongest socialist power that you've seen in 40, 50, 60 years, and also a terrifying period that if they get enough power, our democracy really might start to become like that of Hungary, of Russia, of Turkey, meaning rigged. In fact, something that's really interesting is the coalition in all of those countries looks exactly like the coalition in this country. It's a combination of urban capital, so the big corporate donors that we were talking about earlier, funding No Labels, for example, and a coalition of rural conservative voters. That's the Republican coalition. It's business and conservative voters, disproportionately rural, somewhat suburban. Yeah, Tirnak says illiberal democracy or managed democracy, which is terms that people like to use for Hungary, for Turkey, because there are elections there. And in fact, they seem to be mostly free. There doesn't seem to be open vote rigging. Or if it is, it's fairly small. But what's rigged is the process behind that power. The media is rigged so that the other side can't get their message out. So it's a free but unfair election, I think I saw that line in Economist the other day, and I thought it was a nice little tagline. Economist, obligatory economist is neoliberal shill, blah, 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 but funny headline. Evan OC does say, oh god, I'm forgetting what CLTs stand for, are very underrated among YIMBYs, which is sad. Yeah. There is a debate among the people in my chat about the exact kind of rent control, but I do think that one of the alternatives to, theoretically anyway, an alternative to legal rent control is just empowering tenants. But of course, you can also empower people through the law. I don't think it's community land trust, like the wealth building. Yeah, thank you. One of the, it's interesting to see, as someone who comes from an economics background, that the whole field of economics has been slowly trickling left, to the degree that stuff like community wealth funds and community land trusts I have seen endorsed by progressive economists. They're in the spot where it's not just Richard Wolff calling for communities to own wealth anymore, as I guess the way I'd put it, right? It's the progressive side of economics, a solid 25-30%. And that's really nice to see. Econoboy points to this. So Noah Smith, who is a self-identified neoliberal and a strong neoliberal, is in favor of some degree of industrial policy. Yeah, I would say that Noah Smith's industrial policy is like far weaker than what I would like, but it's a sign of the times that even neoliberals are no longer like market-based solutions to everything. Things have really changed, and I think again this is a sign that we're moving out of the wilderness, and it's going to be a lot. It's going to take a lot of compromises with progressives. It's going to take a lot of compromises and turning your nose up. But we are genuinely building power. So I don't know. That's fucking nice to see anyway for me. You are living through history, right? You are living through one of the strongest periods of socialist power in living memory since the 70s. At least, and since the 1960s, more realistically. So just, I don't know, seize the moment. Socialism is when you live in the woods. I believe that's what Ted Kaczynski said. Thomas Piketty recently came out as a socialist. Piketty has actually long been a socialist, but he was sort of like a Euro Socdem type socialist, where recently he's been shifting, I think, leftward. It's hard to tell, but it does seem like he's come out more as like at least a beefy Socdem or something. Is the term I like to say for like between socialist and Socdem, but at least that's my understanding. My understanding is that Piketty was always a socialist. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Doesn't really matter, but I just as a sign of the times. So speaking of Piketty, another person who shifted is Francis Fukuyama, right? Fukuyama was writing about the end of history in the 90s, and now he's saying that the neoliberals went too far and we need social democratic policy as a sign of the time, as harbingers. It's fucking nice, you know. It does give you hope that there is a long term. There's gonna be a shift coming down the road, maybe. Camel, do I pronounce this as Camel Ion Pen or Camel Lion Pen? Says, are you afraid of DSA watering down over time like the SPD has in Germany historically, similar to the Labour Party in the UK? It's hard to tell because Labour parties have been both staying the course and shifting left depending on their local conditions. So, for example, in the UK, the SPD shifted left under Corbyn, and then the centrist leadership wrested it back and shifted it back right. So I think a lot of I think leadership matters is the simple way I'd put it. I think DSA's leadership, I have no worries about that right now. From everyone I know on DSA leadership, from everything I read about them, I have no worries about that. But I'm sure that if DSA became a real party, that there would be a risk of that. To give you some terms that might be useful, back in the 1990s, when the Soviet Union was collapsing and people wanted a new left alternative, there was a big debate in the German Green Party, and then it's been replicated in virtually every other Green Party on Earth. Not really under-exaggerating here. It happened in the US Party, and it like destroyed one half of the Green Party at the time. So in the German Green Party, there was a faction. There was a factional dispute. So the Fundies and the Realos were two factions. Fundy roughly meant fundamentalist, and the idea is that broadly, one is that the Fundies tended to be stronger Greens, right? So the article mentions they tended towards veganism, strong animal rights, and an aversion to traditional political methods, because they even reject maybe the idea of like having the central government that's controlling you, right? Maybe leaning more anarchist, more libertarian socialist. Camelion, the animal? Is that I feel I can't tell. I'm too autistic to know if this is a joke. In the German Greens, to give you a very concrete example of this, the Fundies did not want to participate in politics. Broadly speaking, they wanted to build power outside of politics. Whereas the Realos very much wanted to enter parliament. They wanted to win elections and they wanted to win power through the system. And so I think that when you read through this history, for example, I don't want to read through all of this. This is too much to read through. But the basic idea is that the Realos won. The Green Party in Germany is the Realos. They are people who want to join the real politics, and that means they will compromise on their values. That's basically the argument the Realos gave. We have to be pragmatic. We have to be realistic, hence the name. And that means, in turn, they cannot be as green as they would like to be. And so I think that it's inevitable. I think that winning power to some degree inevitably requires some compromise, especially the position we're in. But in turn, what I would note is that the fundy wing of every Green Party hasn't really had lasting effects. In the US, the Green Party was the real wing of there were basically two Green Party organizations, and they sort of like pseudo merged, and then the real wing took like 80% of that and left because they wanted to do and win elections, and they wanted to run federal elections. They wanted to be like super involved. And the fundies faded off and died. You've never even heard of them. So that happens basically everywhere. That in short, it's participate or die, and participate means moderation. And so I do think it's a real concern. The argument I would give, if you want an interesting one, would be that if you want a term to look up, it would be the party surrogate model. So if you don't have a subscription to Catalyst, and you send me a DM, I think I might be able to provide this to y'all. Catalyst is like the theory side of Jacobin. Like Jacobin is the popular articles, and Catalyst is the very long, boring articles that you have to pay a second subscription for, which I do lovingly. But I think this is the one. It might be an earlier one. I think this might be the one where party surrogate was first explained. And the basic idea is a sort of, I know I'm just throwing terms out here, but it's a reorganization of the inside-outside strategy. So the inside-outside strategy is what the Progressive Democrats of America did. Basically, you want to do two things. First, you want to do realignment, which is where you take centrist Dems, you make them lose elections, and you replace them with progressive Dems. Okay, that's step one. Step two is you also have an organization that's outside of the Dems.
Wake up, liberal. I love you.
Oh my god, Vosh Vidya is following? That's pretty cool. And then you want to have a second organization that is outside of the Dems, who can anchor that organization and pull it left, and can pull your candidates leftward. Oh no, is he hosting me? Is this going to be like 4 million people listening to the dumbest intra-politics dispute that they've ever heard of? Oh no. So in short, the inside-outside is realignment plus anchor is the simple way I like to put it. And then conversely, the party surrogate model is that, but more formalized. It's that, hey, not only should we be doing things like trying to build labor power outside, by trying to have an organization outside, that organization should be almost a party. That's why they call it a party surrogate. It should basically be able to do all of the things that a party can do, except run on a ballot line, is the theory. And I think it's interesting. I think it's sort of like, it fits very well with the slow break model, where 50 years down the line, we're planning and building and building and building to slowly build up real socialist independent power. So I know that's a very long answer to that, but I think the short answer is labor governments will move right if there's nothing to anchor them left. And conversely, they will move left if things can anchor them left. There's a reason Corbyn came into power. The economic crisis fucked the centrist leadership of the Labour Party, and he was an inspirational leader who really spoke to a lot of values that Labour voters really care about. So I don't know. I don't think it's an easy question. I think it's also like, I need to write a lot of blog posts, but one of the blog posts I want to write is titled something like "We Are Locked In," that there is no other option. There is no like revolution coming to save us. There is no like, we can't just build anarchist communes and like just ignore politics, because they will come for us, for one. If by come for us, you mean things like take away our political freedoms, take away like the ability to get medical care that we care about, and more importantly, we can't like abandon people. So there's no like escape capitalism by running away. There is no like rupture capitalism, to use the terms of what's his name, Vivek Chibber. We can't rupture it. We can't escape it. So in my view, the only option left, like we have one option. We have to win electorally. We have to win inside-outside power. We have to win labor power. We have to win tenant power. We have to win mass organizational power. And if we don't, we lose. Like, that's it. We are locked in sounds like the whole Marxist beam. I don't believe that. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. Econoboy asks, has there ever been a socialist relocation movement like that one city in New Hampshire? To my knowledge, okay, this is sort of a meme answer, but yes, Google Jonestown. jump on the bed. Someone says no. Drink up, it's for socialism. Jonestown is a really interesting example of a genuine socialist cult. I mean, at least it started socialist. I shouldn't say that it was socialist the whole time, but when it started, the guy very much was socialist. It's also a great example of why microsects are fucking insane, and you should never trust your leaders to do everything right, and why internal democracy really fucking matters. So, that's so true, Econoboy. All socialism is a cult. So true. And all of you are my cult worshippers, and all of you love me so much, and you want to give me your money. You want to give me your likes on the video, and you want to give me all of your time, all of your love. Weren't there some early utopian socialist cities? So Jonestown is sort of a meme answer. There were utopian socialist cities, but Econoboy is asking about this libertarian relocation project, where something like 10,000 libertarians moved to, I think, Vermont, is it? And they have actually had a real effect on local politics. Gun rights got way more unrestricted in Vermont as a result. A bunch of taxes and I think that they had a specific aim at taxes, which got reduced, and what is it? What's it called? Employment licensing. Econoboy might know the term, but they liberalized that as well. So it has had a real effect. And then there's a very funny example of where in one town in particular, where they were super concentrated, they defunded all of the things which made bears not move into the town, and so a bunch of bears moved into the town. I'm really not exaggerating here. Let me see if I can find the quote. Black bears, it should be generally stressed, are a pretty chill bunch. The woods of North America are home to 750,000 of them. On average, there is 1 human fatality from a black bear per year. That's pretty low. For reference, sharks do about 10 per year. So, pretty dangerous, those sharks. The black bears in Grafton were not like other black bears. They were bold, started hanging out in yards and on patios in broad daylight. Most bears avoid loud noises. These casually ignored the efforts of Graftonites, that's the town that a bunch of libertarians moved to run them off. Chickens and sheep began to disappear at alarming rates, as did household pets. One Graftonite was playing with her kittens on her lawn when a bear bounded out of the woods, grabbed 2 of them, and scarfed them down. Yeah, Shark Pog. Shark Pog indeed. We should not rebuild the anti-bear precautions. Here, what's the I don't think that we should rebuild the anti-bear precautions. Taxation is theft. Let me see if I can find this. Live footage of the bear with the kittens.
So should I just...
Critical support to the bears. True. Oh, some guy is linking. I can't stop thinking about how much this guy looks like you. God, the chat's so far. What is this? What have I just been linked? This is like Sigma vampire version of me. Why is his face doing that? What is happening? I wanted to try and institute like doing an AMA at the end of every not AMA but like a viewer call-in thing at the end of every stream, but it is midnight and I am so fucking tired. I'm gonna try and stream again on Friday, so I'll definitely be able to do it. I don't want to see him ever again. Me neither. His face kind of scared me. I don't know if it was like a filter or something, but his face was like, I gotta pull this back up. His face was too sharp. It's like there's too many edges here. Why are there so many edges? Like, reduce the polygon count. Why can't you simply have an egg-shaped face like me? Can we have one more meme near the end?
Message will resonate with voters. Let's talk better mileage. Kill the bastards. Yep.
I've seen so many edits of this. It's funny. This is the first voicing of it. Okay. Do it, coward. It is midnight. All of y'all should be getting to bed. I'm helping y'all sleep schedule. Man, it sucks. It sucks that the stream got cut off like halfway because of the fucking Kurzgesagt stuff. But I did cover all but one of the things I wanted to get to. One of the things I wanted to talk about was Yeonmi Park and North Korea and what I call the like 2 turns that every leftist has to do. At least what I think most leftists do. But I did want to play one meme video. So for those who don't know, Yeonmi Park is this defector from North Korea who is fucking insane and a complete liar. And does like a great disservice to the cause of like actually criticizing North Korea because she makes everyone who does it seem insane just like her. Would be the simple way I'd put it because of how insane the shit she says is. So I did want to play one last meme, and then I'll be ending this stream.
Go to one distance like once a month, and like here it would take like 1 hour to go the other place. In order to take a month at least to go.
So she's on Joe Rogan. She's explaining that transit is super slow in North Korea. Okay, where's she gonna go with this?
Go because there's no electricity, and sometimes people have to push the train.
They have to push the train.
Yeah, traveling in North Korea. So,
Okay. I think that one of the things that I just can't believe, I talked earlier about how like, conservative memes are literally just like image with text over top. It is so easy to get conservatives to just believe anything. Yeah, Shoei is saying, why would you push the train? You would just walk. Why would you be pushing the train? Who is pushing the train? Why bother bringing the train with you at all? Exal says, you are gay, so it doesn't affect you, but she is hot, so I can't pay attention when she speaks. 1, I am not gay, fuck you. And 2, that's really funny. This is like the clearest example of men can only think with one head at a time. Get a fucking horse if there's no electricity. No, that's like, I think my favorite thing about this is she says it, and yeah, he's incredulous, but he's not like, that's fucking wrong. Why should I believe anything you say because you said that?
hour to go the other place. In order to take a month at least to go because there's no electricity, and sometimes people have to push the train.
They have to push the train.
Yeah, traveling in North Korea.
That's like people. Okay, I gotta save this for next time. But just this meme is so fucking funny to me. Conservatives are so fucking easy to lie to that you can say like they have to push the train and they will believe it. Why? Like when people ask me like, why do all the grifters go right? Why do grifters always end up being anti-vax? Why don't people grift on the left? This is why. This woman has like 500,000 subscribers. She makes like bank. She makes money that you would not believe. She does speaking engagements. She gets paid to speak. She gets paid to interview. This woman makes more in a year than you make in 10. I guarantee it. There's so much more money on the right. It's so much easier to get, exactly like Tyrannax says. And the best part is, if you have to lie, like if you don't even want to put in the effort of actually believing things, you can. And it doesn't fucking matter. This is like year 3 of her doing this, by the way. Okay, well, on the note that conservatives are so dumb that it makes me side against the ex-DPRK person who was probably fucking abused by like the insanely authoritarian government there, I should try and find someone for y'all to raid into because I'm getting so fucking tired. If y'all have any recommendations, I would appreciate it. Fred Flintstone pushing a bullet train at the speed of sound. Let me see, twitch.tv, and then let's do all the White Forest ones. No. Shark's not online, Conyers not online, Vanderhall's not online, Demon Mama's not online. Vosh is doing Willow, I could do that person. Alexander's not online. Airboat's not online. Oh, the Surfs is not online. God damn it. Bosch rated Willow? Yeah, I'll just go to Willow then. How do I do that? Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. A lot of y'all donated. I really appreciate that. A lot of y'all like the stream. And an ungodly amount of y'all are active in chat. My chat is way more active than it should be for like 30 people or whatever. Y'all are the fucking goat, okay? Oh, Cirrus is online. Let's see how many. Willow's at 223. Cirrus is let's see what they're talking about as well. If Cirrus is just doing video games.
It doesn't know that anybody's done anything on my end either.
I can never tell what Cirrus is doing because they don't show it. Fuck.
There's
Okay, I just gotta pick one. You're very welcome. Cirrus is cool. Let's see. So Cirrus is at 135. Willow's at 222. I'll just do Willow because Vosh did. I'll just do Willow. This is too much thinking. Too much thinking. Admin. Thank you all for staying around, and I hope you all have a great evening. And y'all will be heading over to... I should just post this in YouTube chat as well, shouldn't I? Because I don't think it will raid y'all over. If y'all want to go over to Willow, because I am getting the fuck out of here, here is... Oh, god damn it. Here is the link. You can click it over, give them some views, and I think they're doing just chatting, so you can go chat with her and say insane things and get them to respond, which is the parasocial engagement that you need. The rest of y'all, when the page loads, I should be sending y'all over to Miss Willow. Bye-bye.